Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor, click on the thumbs up button, share the content, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And like I always say, if you want to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of this straight game, please do me a favor and click on what appears to be that little bell notification right below this video. We're going to get into it. Yeah, broadcasting live, man. Giving commentary on this Diddy trial, and yeah, got some interesting sound bites this morning, if you will, or information in regards to the Diddy situation. We're gonna kick nothing but straight game, and we're gonna give it to you to break down and not what's being said, but what's not being said, and reading in between the lines. Bruno 67, Daro Carr, the Stoic, what's happening? Wait for a couple of other people to come up in here. Like I said, the news can try to give it to you. We understand the culture, and we're gonna give it to you like that, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, right? This morning. The most interesting part about the trial this morning that I found interesting was is that when Cassie returned to the witness stand this morning, Cassie basically said it was a situation where she was showing her friend, after she left the hotel, the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City after the assault, right? Cassie said that she called an Uber back to her apartment that Sean P. Diddy Combs was paying for. See, all of this stuff leads into something real delicate when you think about the big picture from that perspective. And she called an Uber not back to Sean P. Diddy Combs' house, but back to her apartment, which I said yesterday that she didn't live with Diddy, right? So once again, she had the opportunity to leave when she wanted to, right? But what was more ironic than that? Right? Cassie said that she took the selfies on her Uber ride when she was going back to her apartment. She took the selfies on the Uber ride from the Los Angeles hotel, and that she basically wore sunglasses, right, to hide the fact that she had a black eye. Remember, the security guard testified that her eye was purple at the time, right? So she hid the fact that she had a black eye. She said once home, she said a friend of hers saw her injuries and was super upset because Cassie had black eyes and things like that before, and a busted lip before. Cassie said her friend called the police. So listen, and this is very important because it kind of makes it look like a gold dig situation because of what she said to her friend and what she said to her friend, or should I say a money grab. It could, I don't know how the jury could look at this statement, but it could look like a money grab. Cassie said that her friend called the police, but she declined to reveal who had injured her once the police arrived, so they left, right? So she didn't want to tell who injured her. Now, once again, all of these things that have been said in regards to being she was trafficked and all of these things, here is the opportune moment. Sean P. Diddy Combs is not in the vicinity, in her presence, or anything like that, right? In that moment, Cassie testified, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, I wasn't ready. Ladies and gentlemen, she testified, in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. I wasn't ready. What wasn't she ready for? Because at that particular moment, Cassie Ventura herself was not thinking about herself as the when they say self-preservation is the first law of nature. she wasn't thinking about self-preservation. What was she thinking about? That now she would come and want to hurt him in that way, let's say 6 or 7 years after the fact, after everything, after they broke up. That was even longer than that, because that was in 2016, right? You understand what I'm saying? So if the jury is listening, they're saying her girl called the police, So they call the police, but Cassie says, you know what? She wouldn't tell who did it to her, right? She said, and remember, this is the second time in the same night that she was asked, did she want to call the police? The security guard asked her. She said no, right? So she gets home and her friend calls the police and was like, girl, because her friend, let's think about it for a minute. See, her friend wasn't thinking about love, money, or nothing like that. Her friend was concerned about her friend. She was concerned more about Cassie than Cassie was about Cassie at that particular time, because her friend told her to call the police. The police come. She don't want to tell. And Cassie testified, in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him in that way. I wasn't ready. Ready for what? You just got assaulted at the hotel. Now we seen the video, and we looking back. If you look back, we seen the video. The video was horrific. What did she mean? She wasn't ready to give up the apartment. She wasn't ready to stop living the lifestyle that she was living with him. Like I told you before, if the ties that bind you together are stronger than those that tear you apart, all will be well. So in Cassie's mind at that particular time, all had to be well. She was okay with that behavior. You can't tell me that that's love. You can't tell me that, she was in love with him. It was hard to leave. No. Her girlfriend, when she got back to the place, called the police because her girlfriend seen her friend in distress and beaten up and bruised and battered. And her friend was thinking more about her friend than she was thinking about any type of comforts or anything like that. This is how I'm looking at this, because she said I wasn't ready. She said I wasn't ready. So now, once again, the optics is she got this settlement when she sued Diddy civilly, right? And got a large sum of money. The money really wasn't disclosed of how much money she got. She got this money. The federal government then files charges, and now she's ready. So was she ready when she got the money? Because she could have filed, like I said, this was criminal. This wasn't civil. This was criminal. When we're talking about at the hotel, that would have been a criminal complaint, right? That wouldn't have been a civil complaint. And I mean, she still could have filed a civil complaint later on. So when she said she wasn't ready for what? So she said she wasn't ready. Listen to what she said she wasn't ready. So that basically absolves Diddy of any kind of think about it. If she said she wasn't ready, right? That means that she was in control of her behavior. That means she was ultimately in control of the situation. That means she was ultimately controlled, because yesterday the lawyer asked, who decision was it? Right? And she said Sean Combs. Who decision was it to do the freak off? Sean Combs. She said, who decision was it to introduce the baby oil? Sean Combs. Who decision was it to pull the candle wax on your back? Sean Combs. But today in the testimony, right, after the hotel incident, go back to the apartment, her girlfriend calls the police. The police come. She refused to say who hit her, right? And in that moment, she said, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, I wasn't ready. I want you to ponder on that for a minute. I wasn't ready. So how was it Diddy's decision then? If she said at that particular time that the police was there and she wouldn't tell them who hit her. Remember, I told y'all the other day, a lot of people now, they're wondering why the sex worker guy, Daniel Phillips, they wonder why he didn't call the police. when she ran into his arms when he seen Diddy hit her. I told you yesterday, when people do that, they don't get involved. A lot of people don't get involved because the person that they think they're trying to help go right back to the person that was abusing them. This is prime example right here. Prime example being testified to in court. So she said, when she said, I wasn't ready, means to tell me, if I'm listening as a juror, that she was in charge. You can't tell me that she was scared no more. At that particular time, you can't tell me that the police are right there. They're ready to go arrest him. He can be arrested for domestic violence. The proof is there. The black eye, the bruises, right? Not only that, but the tape is there. It was all recorded. So what was it about? What was it about? Was it about love? Was it about money? Right? Because like I said, once again, Diddy was paying for everything. Right? You understand what I'm saying? Diddy was paying for everything. So she wasn't willing, she wasn't ready to give that up yet. And that's the only thing I can see. The guy, he's beating her up like that. He's wrong. Like I said, any woman in the right, like, look, I'm taking my little trinkets and things and I'm packing my stuff and I'm leaving. But Cassie said, no, she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready to let it all go. Right? And we've seen how horrific that video was. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I don't know what to make of this. I really, truly, honestly don't know what to make of this. I don't think that the prosecution case is strong at all. Not with this testimony. Not what I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, but it was Diddy's decision to do all of this other stuff. So whose decision was it? Whose decision was it not to tell the police who hit her? Whose decision was that? That wasn't Diddy's decision. That was Cassie's. So we don't absolve anybody of any kind of responsibility. That's just not what you do. Right? Yeah, this is, man, it's. And then look, so, you know, the other part about it, right? She said that Diddy kept texting her after the hotel incident. She said Diddy kept texting her, and she told him that the police were about to arrest him. And when she refused to accept his calls, Diddy told her that if she didn't pick up the phone, she'd never hear his voice again, Cassie said. Think about that. I want you to think about that. And this is, like I said, you can weigh this on two different scales. You can weigh this on two different scales. Diddy is telling her, if you listen, so there's some other insatiable need other than what's really for Cassie, from Cassie's perspective. Diddy told her, after she wouldn't answer his text after the same night of the hotel incident, right? She said that Diddy was texting her and she didn't accept his calls and calling her, right? Combs told her that if she didn't pick up the phone, she'd never hear his voice again, Cassie said. Now think about that for a minute. From what we saw in the video, this guy just viciously beat her up for whatever reason. We don't know. We just seen the video. We don't know what happened in the room. We don't know what happened before that. We don't know none of that. We're just seeing it. You know, we're the jury of public opinion, if we will, right? If we're looking at this, right? Right? Jurors are then shown the pictures of Cassie and Combs at a movie premiere soon after, right? So now, when we talk about him saying that you won't hear my voice again if you don't pick up the phone, then juries were then shown pictures of Cassie and Combs out at a movie premiere after 2016, in which I told you guys what they were going to do. So what the prosecution is doing right now, the prosecution is trying to get ahead of it. They're trying to get ahead of what the defense is going to do, right? So they're going to go on and show the pictures, you know, after, you know, the incident, to show that they were still together. Well, basically that was confirmed when she said about that she wasn't ready yet, right? So jurors are shown that Combs and Cassie at a movie premiere soon after. And I told you guys, March 16th, the hotel attack. Cassie describes bruises on her body that were visible in photographs and said she was unable to cover up all the damage with the makeup. She wore dark glasses to cover her black eye. I want y'all to think about that for a minute. So, why would she want to hear from Sean P. Diddy Combs after Sean P. Diddy Combs just beat her like that? When he said, "You ain't never gonna hear my voice again," I know some women be like, "I don't want to hear his voice again. I don't want to see him again." You understand what I'm saying? Or none of the above, right? So now she went back with Sean P. Diddy Combs. He didn't. So the coercion was, you never gonna hear my voice again. I'm trying to work. This is what's being presented in court. The coercion was, you're never gonna hear my voice again. Not, oh, if you don't if you don't pick up the phone, I ain't paying the rent. I'm gonna put you out the apartment. You know what I mean? Your career gonna be done, and all of these other things. This is what she testified to. You understand what I'm saying? So when she says that, he's saying that, oh, if you don't pick up the phone, you're not gonna hear my voice again. Right? Understanding that and what that means. Understanding that and what that means. It didn't sound like coercion. It sounded like a couple who was in love, and she liked some of the things that Diddy was doing, and she didn't like some of the things that Diddy was doing, but she liked more of the things that Diddy was doing than she didn't like the thing that Diddy was doing. All he said was what? Right? You never gonna hear my voice again if you don't pick up the phone. So hearing his voice again? Or she's thinking, damn, if I don't talk to him and he don't talk to me, that, you know what? I'm gonna have to get out this apartment. I'm not gonna be able to go to the movie premieres like she soon did after that, with the glasses on, covering up her black eye. So what was the coercion? Right? One can't point to that. One has to point to the coercion of what was going on. So when we understand what that is, like I said, and where that comes from, like I said, I'm not really seeing that if everybody's following along. I said most of the time, the news organizations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to paint this picture. Simply listen to what the defendant, the plaintiff is saying on the behalf of the United States, because it's the United States versus Sean Combs, not Cassie. She's a witness for the United States, right? And so, in trying to prove their case, they're using Cassie as a witness when Cassie actually was complicit in the freak-offs. She admitted as much, right? So I don't understand, like I said once again, and then as the trial moves on, right? Cassie testified Combs threatened several times to release the recordings of the freak-offs, right? Well, let's be clear. Cassie was the one who gave the recordings of the freak-offs to the government. So Cassie actually, she recorded freak-offs too. For something that she said, she didn't enjoy, she didn't like, she didn't want this, she didn't want that. The guy, Daniel Phillips, basically said that Cassie told him that he wasn't doing it right when it came to the urinating situation, and that him, her, and Combs directed him how to do it from that perspective, or how they like it done. After all of this, the day after the beating, or no, soon after the beating, they're at a movie premiere. She has on dark shades. They're holding hands. They were in love. They were in love. They were in love. And like I said, it was one day that Cassie probably felt like, hey, it's not worth it no more. I'm not really getting what I want out of this situation, right? A lot of times relationships are transactional. You know what I mean? You do this for me, I do that for you. You know what I'm saying? You do this for me, I do that for you. Sometimes marriages are transactional, if you want to be perfectly honest, you know. But like I said, in this situation, it seems like it was transactional. So she said she wasn't ready to leave yet, right? She said Combs, and this is the thing. When she said Combs testified, Cassie testified that Diddy threatened several times to release recordings of freak offs. I mean, what would that mean? What would that mean? I mean, if Cassie was willing to show him to the court after she got her settlement, or when she was suing him for a settlement, what would that mean now? Because evidently she wasn't embarrassed to put the fact that she participated in the freak offs in her civil case. So it seems like when it was beneficial to her, right, she was willing to use the freak offs as a negotiating tactic to negotiate some kind of settlement that she was going to release the freak off tapes in the civil case, right? And now here we are in the criminal case, and guess what they're going to watch today? They're going to watch the freak off tapes that Cassie gave to the government, not Diddy. This is crazy, man. It's just crazy, right? And so it said, and Cassie said it could ruin everything she'd worked for and make me look like a slut. Huh? I mean, at the end of the day, it would make Diddy look even worse than if Diddy was the one to release them, and all she had to do was get behind it and say, hey, you know what? Sean Combs released these. He's in the background. He was the one that took this video. Right. We were participating in this lifestyle, the same thing that she's actually doing right now. But she chose to use it. And I wouldn't say that she wasn't smart in doing that and using it and getting a settlement from him. Like I said, from that perspective, I understand that part about why she did what she did as far as the civil aspect. I don't understand why she's doing what she's doing right now in regards to the criminal aspect, because she was complicit in the crime, if there is a crime to be had, if you will. The guy Daniel Phillips said, hey, you know what? She paid me. I came in the room, she gave me $3,000 cash. That is testimony, right? But if the government gave her immunity for her then to testify against Sean Combs, or they threaten her with some kind of whatever, then okay, I get it. I understand that. But as we look at it right now, and as the jury is looking at it, and they're saying, well, she said, well, you know what? Her girlfriend tried to call the police. They called the police. The police came to the house, and she said, no, not that I feared for my life. Not that he would do something like to me, like kill me. No, not that. She said, I just didn't want to harm him in that way. I wasn't ready yet. So that means Cassie was in complete control of Cassie, and Cassie could have walked out of that situation anytime she got ready, but she wasn't ready yet. She wasn't ready to give up the lifestyle, man. And sometimes it's hard to be honest, right? But because, like I said, when you're honest, you're gonna have to change some things or remain in the same situation. And I guess she was honest about that, and she wasn't willing to change, so she remained in the same situation. We try to make, these other media outlets, they're trying to make sense of this, like, oh my God, it's bad for Diddy. It's like, no. When we hold everybody accountable for their actions and stop offering and looking at people like, oh, it was this and it was that. No, I'm sure the relationship was volatile. And like I said, D-Rock or whoever the guy was that came and told Diddy about the Suge situation, right? Like I said, Diddy was willing and ready to go, right? But Cassie said she wasn't ready yet, even after the police came to her place. Even after the security guard at the hotel asked her, do you want us to call the police? No, I just want to leave. Get to the house. Her girlfriend calls the police no matter what Cassie was saying, because her girlfriend cared more about Cassie's well-being than Cassie did at that particular time. Based on what? Like I said, people could say, well, she was on drugs. She was this, she was that. Go to rehab. You know what I mean? Like I said, everybody, You notice sometimes everybody's not afforded the same excuse as other people. You know what I mean? The same excuse that somebody may offer may work for them, but it may not work for you. Like I said, not only was it, listen, not only was it her choice, she said, I wasn't ready yet. This was in 2016. She stayed with Diddy 2 more years after that. So if that does not, like I said, you can't, trafficking, they're hoping to get a conviction on something, right? Once again, but my thing is you can't offer somebody immunity. And you can, this is what the government does. You can, but it's like, what? So the jury's decision is to say, you know what, if she can't go to jail, he can't. Not because, you know, her being pregnant or anything like that, but the government wants you to think, and like I said, when Brian Steele and they do a cross-examination of this, it's gonna fall apart, man. It's gonna fall apart because right now, believe you me, they're taking notes. And the prosecutor, and the defense team gonna say, you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, well, you testified that your girlfriend called the police. You testified that you testified that you refused to tell the police who did anything to you. Why? And if she said something other than what she said in the direct from the prosecution, they're gonna jam her up. Well, I was scared. That's not what you said. You just said that you wasn't ready yet. You didn't want to get him in trouble that way. So you loved him, correct? You were there of your own free will, correct? So when you say you weren't ready yet, so these are the things that, like I said, once again, that are gonna start to come out. So I don't think that the prosecution is really doing a good job in laying it out. Like I say, the excitement, right? The excitement of what they're trying to do, and the Diddy thing. Like I said, I don't think Diddy's a nice guy. He beat on women. You know what I mean? All of those things. He does all of those things, right? But as far as trafficking and all of those things, no, because he was what they called a billionaire at that particular time. It's the other way around. When you see trafficking, you think about a pimp having girls, and you know what I mean, or some kind of underage situation where that's what you call that, right? This was their personal sex life that's being displayed now in the courtroom. So when you think about that aspect of it, right? You think about that. The sad part about this is so now, so that they're talking about the drug use, right? She said opioids make me feel numb, right? Which I relied on them so heavily. Okay. So like I said, I just said, if you hooked on drugs, because I understand that aspect of it, if you go to rehab, you can go to rehab. She didn't have the money to go to rehab. Diddy wouldn't let her go rehab. Let's see. Cassie said she would try to recover from freak-offs by taking IV fluids, getting massages, and having a chef, not going out to get some meat, not having DoorDash or any of those other things. She would have a chef, cook meals. Was that Diddy's chef or hers? Right? A chef cook meal. She said she developed an opioid addiction from using them after freak-offs. Pause. Did Diddy give her the opioids? She said she developed an opioid addiction from using them after freak-offs as a coping mechanism. We know plenty of people, and I have friends of mine who have died from opioid addiction. Me growing up in the Maryland, the Baltimore area, I'm sure you guys watch The Wire and all of these other shows, and how bad the heroin epidemic was in the DMV. I've had It's nothing to be played with. It's nothing to be joked about. So I sympathize with her in understanding that that was the case, right? For her. But at the end of the day, you can't now say it's his fault. He did that. He did all of this. He did this to me. And then at the same time, when your girlfriend helped you call the police and tried to get you some help, trying to get you some help. Listen, I'm talking about help on a bigger scale, trying to get you some help. Her reply was, I didn't want to get him in trouble like that yet. I wasn't ready yet, right? So it was a whole lot of things that she wasn't ready for, right? She says she developed an opioid addiction from using them after freak-offs as a coping mechanism. Opioids make me feel numb. No, opioids get you high as a kite is what they do, right? They may make you feel numb and take away that whatever, but they make you feel high as a kite. You feel me? And so opioids make me feel numb, which I relied on them so heavily. She said, developing a urinary tract infections frequently from the sexual experiences after freak off. She said she felt emotionally just really empty, and I felt just gross. She said also, I felt like I did my job. She did her job. This is what she now it's listen. Now she did her job once again. So what she's saying is she felt like she did her job. Her feelings and what she felt like versus was she getting paid for it? Was she hired to do that? No. She just testified a while ago that she didn't want to get him in trouble like that. She wasn't ready yet. She wasn't ready to what? Quit her job? Because the perks on her job was what? I'm just talking about it, man. This is what's being disseminated through the courtroom. So what was that? Right? She said, so did Diddy give her the opioids? Or did she take opioids because that's what she wanted to do? Michael Jackson died of opioid addiction and a propofol overdose. Whitney Houston partially died from the same thing in dealing with drugs. Right? There's so many people. Prince died of opioid addiction. Let's talk about it, y'all. It's real in the field. Yeah, absolutely, Ma Dizzle. Miss KP Bailey. So many people. So now, like I said, it's not a game, it's not a joke, and it's not to be played with. But once again, where does the accountability begin versus where the accountability ends? Right? Right? And so when we understand that, we're able to dialogue, right? Yeah, absolutely. She's speaking on the drug effects right now, and I totally get it. I totally understand it. The effects of the drugs. Like I said, I grew up in the DMV. I know the effects of the drugs. I've seen it, I've seen people lose their house, car, everything. I'm talking about houses that they own, that their family, other family, their mother and father left them, and they sold everything. Their car turned out to be a rent-a-rock where they rent it out for crack. I've seen it all. Yeah, like I said, once again, IDK, where is the evidence of trafficking? There is none. There is none. They are hoping that these little catchphrases. Oh, she said also, I felt like I did my job. That wasn't your job. Because guess what? You said earlier that I didn't want to get him in trouble like that. I wasn't ready yet. So you have on one hand, there was domestic abuse, right? There was domestic violence. And then on the other hand, there was this thing, right? Involving these freak-offs or threesomes or menage a trois or whatever else was going on in their little bubble that they created, right? So when the girlfriend helped her, like I said, once again, we can't play with this. When her girlfriend called the police, Cassie had an opportunity to leave. She didn't leave. She didn't leave. And you can't tell me, oh, it was because, she couldn't leave because it's so hard to leave. You know, it's like telling a guy who ain't got no money, just go get a job. He should have just got a job. He should have just did this. He should have, you know what I mean? They say it's so nonchalantly, right? Oh, he should have just da 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 da. Or she should have just. Well, it ain't that easy. We try to get people to understand that each and every day. Hey, like I said, some people are afforded the opportunity to have certain excuses while you are afforded to have none. And you're supposed to be judged and looked at differently. Right? She said, I would feel numb. I get it. I understand. She relied heavily on, did he give her the opioids? That ain't what she testified to. And she said he gave her ecstasy. Or she tried ecstasy with him, right? She said, and listen, so the domestic violence, and I don't know, the prosecutor asked Cassie if she would ever try to fight back when Combs picked a fight with her. Oh, so he picked a fight with you. This is a domestic, listen to how they're characterizing what they're saying. Or when he picked a fight with you, right? She said, did you try to, she said, did try earlier in their relationship, that she tried earlier in their relationship to fight back, but she learned it could escalate the fight more, make it worse for myself. So what she's basically copping to is that she was conscious of the situation. She was conscious of his propensity for violence. She was conscious of or him trying to pick a fight with her. She said that she would fight back, right? Yeah. Like I said, once again, man, listen, there's situations where people in relationships, if a man, and as much as I hate to say this, because I've heard people say it before, females that I've talked to, if a man didn't hit her, she didn't think that he cared enough. I can't say that that's Cassie because I don't know Cassie. But I can say that from the appearance of it and what happened in that hotel, right? As well as all of the other situations, but in particular, what happened, and this is the problem when things play out publicly, right? When things play out publicly, then you can comment on them and you can actually articulate what you're seeing, right? So when things happen like this publicly, you can honestly look at it and say, well, damn, you know what? Yeah, she didn't leave. She didn't want to get him in trouble like that. So evidently she loved him and cared for him. So she wasn't being trafficked. Or if that's the case, let's be clear, y'all. It's either one or the other. You can't have it three ways, right? Either she wasn't being trafficked from what the government is trying to say, or she liked being trafficked. You can't have it three ways, right? Either she liked it and she wasn't ready to leave the lifestyle, as she said earlier, or it wasn't happening. And she was in love with him and they had a relationship and they liked doing all of the things that they like to do. Like I say, you see shortly after the picture of them at the movie premiere. Then a year after that, the Met Gala and all of these other things that they attended again. They were still together. Well, hey, bro D, like I said, what you're asking is absolutely relevant. But like I said, more importantly than that, bro D, we talking about the night of the beating that they showed us on CNN, right? The night after the beating that they showed us on CNN at the hotel, before we were even it's 6 years later, 7 years later, we see this tape, right? That night, She went back to her place. Her girlfriend called the police for her. If she wanted Diddy locked up and she was done with all of the trafficking and all of this everything that she claimed it to be, then guess what? She would have told the police, man. It's just that simple. I'm not, people don't try to yeah. Don't try to do that. Yeah, you can't do that. You just, people like, well, when it was hard. No, 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 no. We're not talking about, somebody, a guy that was cheating on her. You see what I'm saying? See, if he was cheating on her and not beating on her, then I can understand that. So you can say, oh, he had different women and it was this, that, and the other, and I wasn't ready to leave yet. I kind of accepted it. See, Kim Porter even said that. Kim Porter said that the fact that when she found the brother said that Kim Porter found condoms in a backpack, and Diddy blamed it on the bodyguard, and the bodyguard was like, he called the bodyguard upstairs, like, yo, tell Kim that this is your stuff, these yours. Oh yeah, that's mine. And the bodyguard said Kim walked downstairs later on and told him that you and Diddy ain't shit because I know them don't belong to him. She said, and she told the bodyguard, you know why I put up with this shit? She said, I put up with this because I got 4 kids by him and I allow it. You see what I mean? See, Kim Porter was conscious of what that was and so on and so forth. And like I said, the relationship that she had with him also was a tumultuous one, right? So much so that, like I said, Kim Porter was living, what was it, in Toluca Lake, I believe it was, here in California, in Toluca Lake. Diddy was paying for hers, but like I said, he had to pay for hers because he had kids. She had kids, you know what I mean? I don't know if Cassie wanted kids. Evidently, she did want kids, but I don't think Diddy wanted to have kids by her. There's a lot of underlying reasons why people do the things that they do, right? That they might not reveal to you or to anybody else. I think that's one of the reasons why she felt, buyer's remorse, because now she's on her 3rd child. I think she wanted kids by Diddy too, but she didn't have kids. But she didn't need to have kids by Diddy, whether she loved him or not, right? But Kim did, Misa did, right? And whoever else that Diddy might have kids by, like I said, that we might not even know of from that perspective. Yeah, this is so hold on. Once again, the this manipulation tactic that, you know what I mean? Say now prosecutors wow, this is great. So Cassie's basically testifying that Sean P. Diddy Combs would convince her to go to sex clubs or swinger clubs. Pump your brakes. Sex club or swingers clubs? Come on. Swingers clubs in Las Vegas or LA. At least once, she said, one of the escorts who participated in freak-offs came along with his girlfriend. Right? Hold on now. This is a new dynamic coming into the situation. He came along with his girlfriend. So let's be clear. Hold on, y'all. So one of the guys that participated in the freak-offs, he had a girlfriend. No, he wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't like they were painting it to be like this guy, he had an actual girlfriend. She said she had sex with the escort at the sex club. Right? They was just into some wild stuff, man. Come on. So hold on. The girl, like I said, once again, everybody was in cahoots. So the girlfriend of the guy was at the sex club too. So she had to be sitting there also. At times, Cassie testified, she told Combs it made her uncomfortable to go to sex clubs. Come on, y'all. See, what? It made her uncomfortable to go to sex clubs. I'm not into seeing the person you're in love with somebody else, she said. Cassie said he responded by continuing to push for it, saying it would be a fun thing to do and we wouldn't go for long. I mean, what are they trying? What are they trying to do? This is. I think this is about embarrassing Diddy. This is not about sex trafficking, y'all. This came from somewhere else. This came from somewhere else. This is not. None of this stuff is illegal. None of the stuff that they're talking about. So we're talking about sometime. So what I'm trying to look for is when they say this is the timeline. What's the timeline? You know, she said, at least once. One time? At least once in a 10-year relationship? And then she said she was with she had sex with the escort at the sex club. Well, she didn't leave when her girlfriend called the police. I didn't want to get him in trouble like that yet. In trouble like what? For sex trafficking or domestic violence? Which one was it? Because today is sex trafficking. But what we saw on the tape was domestic violence. So what didn't she want to get him in trouble for? If she was being trafficked or was she being domestically abused? Which one was it? Because she didn't want to get him in trouble for that yet. She wasn't ready. What was she ready for? Bro D, absolutely. All hell. Yeah, she was a willing participant. Straight swing. Right, absolutely, Anthony X. And then the cold part about it is, like I said, everybody has had these crazy thoughts about what they, what's supposed to be happening and what happened and all of these other things, right? And where's the accountability from Cassie? Where's the accountability? Where's the accountability? There has to be some culpability and accountability. Wow. They was really hanging out, right? They was really hanging out. Wow. So Cassie, now they testify, Cassie basically saying after a scuffle, right? She said, he said that Cassie told Cassie, you don't know when to stop, Cassie testified. Listen, once again, their sex life being displayed. This is not about no sex trafficking, man. This ain't about no sex trafficking. This is not about that. Listen, if that's, look, this is crazy, man. On one occasion in 2013 now, she remembered the year. While she was packing to go to Drake's music festival in Canada, Cassie said Combs scuffled with her friends and threw her into a bed frame when she suffered a pretty significant gash above her left eye. Combs security personnel brought her to a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills to get the wound stitched up. Afterwards, she texted Combs a photo of her injured face and wrote, so you can remember. What? Combs replied, you don't know when to stop. You push it too far and continue to push. Sad. Pause. They had a fight. Whatever, he's saying you pushed it too far. Whatever it was happened, he sent her to the Beverly Hills plastic surgeon to get her face stitched up, right? She get her face stitched up. Afterwards, she texted Combs a photo of her injured face and wrote, so you can remember. Remember what? That you wouldn't leave and you still stayed with him again? Come on, y'all. Come on. What are we doing? What is this? What is she there for? She don't feel like she being loved. Right? She's saying she says she suffered a pretty significant gash above her left eye. Combs security personnel brought her to a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills to get the wound stitched up. So this is in 2013. She got a gash under her eye now, right? She still hasn't called the police. The security guard is doing his job. One time the security guard said that they were fighting, and he said something to Cassie, and Cassie immediately went back and told Diddy. This is the game that was being played, right? So when you think about, if the security guard said that one time Cassie confided in him and he confided in Cassie, and once he told Cassie something, Cassie went right back and told Diddy, and he said Diddy called him to his room. So I guess he knew from that point on to stay out of the mix. Cassie's girlfriend, same thing. She stayed with him. This was a volatile relationship, ladies and gentlemen. It was a violent and volatile relationship. Simple as that. Simple as that. And like I said, if like I said, sometimes the jury can look past everything and be like, you know what, he got away with too much. We're going to say guilty, right? And then, other jurors can say, hey, you know what? It was a volatile, violent situation. But there's no sex trafficking, as you must look at it according to the law, not according to how you feel. It's not. It's not. She said she texted him and said, so you can remember. Remember what? You know what I mean? So he can remember. But let's talk about this. This is in 2013. 3 years later, the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel would happen. Right? This time, the bodyguard took her to the plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. The next time, the security guard asked her, would you like to call the authorities? She said no. She gets back to her place. Her girlfriend calls the police because her girlfriend loved her and cared for her so much and got tired of her seeing Cassie go through what she was going through and dealing with Diddy in his violent ways. Right? What? The police come. She don't want to talk. She don't want to tell him who did it. She said, I wasn't ready to get him in trouble like that yet. I wasn't ready. So now I asked the question, was it after she got the settlement, now that she's ready to put the gauntlet down and have him go through what he's going through right now? Like I said, Diddy deserved to be in jail for domestic abuse. And from what I understand, as a serial domestic abuser. It's just totally uncalled for. He's supposed to be Diddy that run the city. But to me, it's like he's Diddy that like to hit girls who are pretty. You know what I mean? And so my thing is, this is where we are. Oh, absolutely. I believe that. Like I said, Kanye West said something about Diageo, the liquor company, after he had sued them and they had settled. You know what I mean? They got lobbyists and they got a lot of power, man. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's true or not, but that was one of the things that was being said. And so, yeah. But like I said, this is what happens. Like I said, a lot of people who don't understand law and understand how it's applied, Diddy, for whatever reason, he was trying to fight the good fight for whatever he thought that he was trying to do. It's like your future looked good, but your background is killing you. Right? So his future was bright, but his background was killing him because he's a serial domestic abuser. And like I said, as far as sex trafficking goes, I don't see it. Who was she being trafficked to? Right? Soliciting prostitution. Who was the prostitute? So the escort, like I said. So in 2000, let's go back, because she's saying all of these things, but in some instances, the guy having his girlfriend there with them when they went to the swingers club, right? Was the guy paid? Was the escort guy paid at that particular time? She didn't say. You know what I mean? She didn't say. And so, who was the escort guy? You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, Anthony X, I wouldn't even think that Diddy was trying to, like I said, he was into voyeurism, right? He liked watching, you know what I mean? He liked watching, whatever it was, people doing what they do or whatever. You know what I mean? That's true. But like I said once again, that's their own personal life, right? And she said that she kind of felt for him when he revealed that fact to her. She kind of felt for Diddy once he revealed that to her, so she wanted to appease him, right? From that perspective, you feel me? And so at the end of the day, when that was going down, that's what initially got them into it. It wasn't, and that's another thing that I think a lot of people. He revealed the fact that he liked voyeurism. So that right there in itself, when you think about that, that alleviates any kind of trafficking situation. He just said he was into voyeurism, and that's how it started. And she thought that she was obliging him and making him happy. This was the testimony yesterday. Like I say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm only going by the testimony. I'm not going by nothing else. That's what she testified to yesterday, right? Yeah. And now it's like after the scuffle, she basically said to him, she sent him the picture of the gash under her eye after he sent it to the Beverly Hills plastic surgeon and took the picture, said, so you can remember. But evidently, guess what? She didn't remember, because in 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel, right, in Century City, we seen the tape from CNN. And so the news organizations, they were talking about, well, when you ask why didn't she leave, you're victim blaming. What? No, that's mind trickery, right? That's mind trickery. You trying to play these mind games. That's psychological games. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you can't ask, well, why didn't you leave? That's a reasonable question, right? And they asked Cassie basically, well, why didn't you, she didn't, want to tell the police what happened and who abused her. She simply said, not because she was scared for her life, not because she, was tired of being trafficked, not because she was tired of doing freak offs. She said, I didn't want to get him in trouble like that. I wasn't ready. Ready to leave? Evidently not. She stayed. So that's not a fair question, right? That's not a fair question. So the one time that they did go to the swingers club, right? This is the thing. The one time that they did go to the swingers club, she was like, it was one time. It wasn't like they went every week. You know what I mean? She said they was doing the freak off thing every week. Like I said, why didn't she leave? She liked the Birkin bags. She liked the Christian Louis Vuitton. She liked the Christian Dior. She liked the red carpet, man. She liked the lifestyle. It's a whole different world, man. The private jet, the trips to San Tropez, all of these things, the perks that come along with being Diddy's girl. But once again, there's a dark side too, that he has a problem with, with voyeurism and all of these other things, And so when that becomes a problem, then she sees that it's kind of, gets in the way, and it's getting in the way, and it's like, it's not more about him loving me, but loving to see me with other people and doing these things right here. Yeah, absolutely. I rock J's. It's very toxic, man. Very toxic, right? On both sides. Like I say, once again, it takes two to tango. Oh yeah, they already got the psychologist. The psychologist was on Diddy's behalf. The psychologist was allowed. So like I said, I think that's going to be on Diddy's cross examination. on Diddy when they start to present their evidence from the defense, right? Right now, the prosecution is basically presenting their side of the case, and so you know, I think that's the part that's going to come in when they do it from that perspective. But like I said, man, yeah, you know, like I said, the threatening of the releasing of the tapes of the freak offs, all of these threatening things. She said, um, you know, basically even like yesterday. Now, yesterday testimony was kind of crazy because she testified that the freak offs became a job, right? They became a job. So when was she gonna quit the job if they became a job? Not look, the freak offs became a job. When was she gonna quit the job? She had an opportunity to quit the job anytime she wanted to, but she chose not to. You can't blame Diddy for that. You got to look at the underlying real real situation based on that evidence, right? Based on that evidence alone. Like I said, she said on one occasion in 2013, while she was packing up to go to Drake's uh, music festival in Canada, Cassie said Combs scuffled with her friends and threw her into the bed frame. So it was a fight, right? She scuffled with her friends and threw her into the bed frame. She said she suffered a pretty significant gash above her left eye. Combs security personnel brought her to a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills to get that wound stitched up. Afterwards, she texted Combs a photo of her injured face and wrote, "So you can remember." You think he didn't give a damn about that? He beat her up again at the hotel. You know, lock him up for domestic violence. She should, like I said, this is man. It's like Combs replied, "You don't know when to stop. You pushed it too far, and continue to push." Right? That's somebody who can't control their emotions. That's somebody who can't control their emotions, who like voyeurism, who can't control their emotions. Simple, right? And soon enough, like I said, his behavior uh, caught up with him from that perspective, right? And now look where he's at. Started from a civil case, and now he's here, right? You know, I see why when Fabulous was on I forgot what's the name show that was, and Diddy was on. It was like, yo, how come you don't party with me? You know what I mean? Because he's in the voyeurism, right? So Little Rod, when Little Rod was when Little Rod talked about the situation and when he filed his civil lawsuit, and he was talking about, yeah, you know, when I woke up with two girls next to me or whatever. See, Little Rod was, I wouldn't say being exploited, but he was invited into a world where beautiful women, and because Diddy got money, and like I said, and all of those things were part of the play, right? But more importantly, what Diddy wanted to do was Diddy wanted to watch him. You know what I mean? Be with other women and they in the room together, but he getting off on Little Rod being with the other woman, and so on and so forth. So I get it now. Like I said, that's his thing. That's his cup of tea, if you will. So yeah. Yeah, I rock J's. I believe so too. I believe that I mean, not even so much as, yeah, it was on Drink Champs. Yeah, IDKU. Yeah, it was on Drink Champs. But like I said, even I don't think it's a dethroning. I think it's just more of a reveal of who he really is. I mean, and like I wouldn't say who he really is, but who he is in his bedroom, what he likes sexually, right? And so even if they don't get a guilty verdict or whatever, they basically smeared him for what that is, and that's very damaging. That could be very damaging to anybody. Like I said, if things like this are revealed about a person in public, you know what I mean, who's deemed to be, brother love and all of these other things that he was, trying to display. Um, like I said, once again, I seen a video yesterday of Diddy at a award show, and he was talking about giving a shout out to all of the people like Christina Karam, his personal assistant, and he talked about he gave a shout out to Cassie also for holding him down during the dark times, right? You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes, I don't know what that meant at that particular time, but that's just where he was. But like I said, Diddy comes across as a very insecure young man. He's very insecure. Very, very insecure. You know what I mean? Rock Jane says she trafficked herself. Not one piece of evidence says he held her against her will. Absolutely. And like I say, as much as they tried to do that, this is, like I said, it seems like they're more concerned about every little aspect of his sex life with Cassie than they're concerned about anything else. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it seems like to me. They're concerned about, oh, one time we went to the swingers club and I had, and I had sex with the escort there. You know what I mean? Well, who paid for that? Like I said, no one's actually really saying what that is and what that means, right? This is just what's being said. So I can't really understand the idea that someone would be able to come out and say that and be that way with this situation, but at the same time, say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to tell the police what happened. I don't want to. I'm not ready yet. I don't want to get him in trouble like that yet. Get him in trouble for what? For domestic violence, because that's what that situation was. And my thing is this: I think Cassie knew truly, honestly, what she stood to gain, and I think she knew that she was easily replaceable from that perspective, right? But also that she was his main girl. She's the one that went to the Met Gala. She was the one that went to the movie premiere soon after the situation at the Intercontinental Hotel, right? Holding hands, wearing makeup, wearing dark glasses. He had just beat you up and dragged you halfway down the hall, kicked and stomped you, and did all of these things. And here it is, right? A couple of weeks or a week later or a couple days later, she's at a movie premiere with Sean P. Diddy Combs walking the red carpet. Like I said, once again, help us understand this from the perspective of what they're trying to make it out to be. And they showed the pictures of her with him afterwards. And Diddy didn't say, oh, if you don't pick up the phone, I ain't paying the rent. If you don't pick up the phone, you got to get the hell out the apartment that I'm paying for you for. He didn't say none of those things. She said that he said, let's be clear. She said that he said, if you don't pick up the phone, you'll never hear my voice again. Never hearing his voice again, meaning never going to the mansion again, not being in this apartment no more, not going to shop for the Louis Vuittons and the Christian Louboutins and the Christian Dior and all of these things, not getting on the yacht again, not getting on the private jet again, not doing all of these things again, right? So much so that soon after that, right, she was with him at the movie premiere holding his hand. As if, guess what? Nothing ever happened. And we would have never known that anything happened, right? Until we seen what? That video from the hotel. So now, let's be clear. Minus us seeing that video from the hotel and what happened at the hotel, there was a lot more going on that Cassie never reported. The gash under her eye. When she just did they talk about the gash under her eye? The gash under her eye, right? Dealing with the gash under her eye, right? What did she say? She went to the, Beverly Hills plastic surgery, sent him a picture. That's in 2013. 2013, she gets a gash under her eye, and she doesn't go to the police. She goes to the plastic surgeon. Who paid for the plastic surgeon? Diddy did. Right? I sent him a picture so that you remember. But the picture is not for Diddy to remember. The picture should have been for her to remember that to never go back to this nigga again, because he's not good for you, your well-being, or nothing else. It's simple as that. So he paid for the Beverly Hills plastic surgeon to stitch her up, and she sent him a picture and said, so that you never forget. What? So, like I said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going on with this, and you know, it's sad, man. It's sad because, like I said, what money and fame will do. Like I said, once again, you know, she wasn't worried about, and they tried to paint this picture as if Cassie was worried about her music career. Cassie wasn't worried about her music career. She was living the life. And I guarantee you, being with Diddy, let's be clear, and not in any positive way after we know what we know and how abusive he is, being with Diddy gave her more publicity than she ever would have gotten being a singing star. Like she was invited to certain things like that Met Gala stuff. You know, you at the Met Gala has billionaires and people from high society and socialites and, you know, fashion icons and all of these things. You know what I mean? She was rubbing elbows with and meeting all of these people, right? As being Diddy's girlfriend. Do you know, to parlay that into the right situation, you could, you know what I mean? Yeah, if you parlay that situation to the right situation, there's, you know, you probably would never have to work again or worry about having a job again, because you know so many people, because the business is all about networking. Yeah, the song, Anthony, actually, you heard the song, the Me and You. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think the song titled Me and You. And the song was dope. I liked it, like I said, once again. But more importantly, when you deal with the fact of the matter of her having a music career, a successful music career, and saying that, hey, you know what? You know, I'm trying to go to the top of the charts. I'm gonna be, you know, this, and this, you know. And like I said, most of the women that would dated P. Diddy, they didn't date him because he was the most nice looking guy in the world. You dated him because, you know what I mean? He was who he was. He was a famous dude. You know what I mean? And it ain't too many women, think about it, from when Diddy started messing with Cassie, it's not too many women that we've seen with Diddy that he represented and went public like that with. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, Kim Porter was one of them, and I believe Cassie. You know, other than Misa Hilton, but Misa was in the beginning of the career, right? So, like I said, once again, yeah, this is what it is. Like I said, this case right here is tailored after the civil case. So if you can go read the civil complaint that Cassie had put out, you know, they covered the Suge thing, they covered the hotel thing, they covering the freak offs, they covering all of this thing, and they tried to masquerade this as being some kind of criminal indictment. Basically, they got a one party RICO case, and they saying, well, you know, these people help hide it. Well, they just told us that the security guard took her to the plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. He was doing his job. He wasn't hiding nothing. And so when they try to make it appear as if they were hiding something or they were all in cahoots together, it couldn't have been that way, because was her girlfriend in cahoots too? The one that called the police and that Cassie wouldn't tell on Diddy? Was she in cahoots? No, she wasn't in cahoots. But was Cassie in cahoots when she didn't tell the police? Yeah. She was with it. She had an opportunity. You got an opportunity to escape all of that madness, escape all of that violence and craziness, all of the freak offs that she didn't agree with and that she didn't want, and then she felt like, you know, she felt so bad. She had an opportunity to escape it. Why didn't she escape it? We're waiting to hear that. Why didn't you leave? Excuse me. And if she said that I loved him, then there was no trafficking. It's just as simple as that. Absolutely, LaDawn. The jury will instruct the judge will instruct the jury to use common sense when they deliberate after all the testimonies in. Yeah, and that's another thing, LaDawn. You right, because a lot of people go by emotion. They don't use common sense. They in their feelings. You understand what I'm saying? Even if it's not even valid, they use their feelings. And a lot of times they use their feelings to their detriment, not to their advantage. Right? Hell. Like I said, once again, you don't know what was in the bag. Like I said, once again, I don't know what was in the bag. And when I made that statement, uh, like I said, it wasn't something that I was speaking as factual, and I said that, and I was clear about that. So I don't have to apologize about anything. So I wasn't misleading anybody. Once again, you want me to be misleading somebody because you want that argument to have. But that's not who we do and how we do over here. I was very clear about that. You know what I mean? I don't do speculation well. I said I don't know if that's true. That's what they were saying, right? That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true is what I said. So once again, I don't have to apologize for anything. And you can go back and look at that and actually see that that's what was said. You say that's it. Yeah, like I said, when you say the feelings and no moral aspect, like I said, once again, you know, if you go over, look, and this is the part that, like I said, um, when we talk about, look, when we talk about, and like I said, when you think about when people want to say certain things, like I said, they they like to focus on the things in the argument in which they think that they can win at, right? One must be intelligent and strategic about approaching a certain situation, right? Cassie said, the jurors were shown photos of Cassie's swollen lip as she testified about the hotel attack from Combs. She said she took the selfies on her Uber ride away from the Los Angeles hotel. She said she wore sunglasses because she had a black eye. Once she was home, not back at Diddy's house, but back at the apartment or condo that Diddy paid for. Once home, she said a friend of hers saw her injuries and loved and cared for her so much, right? She was super upset. She was more upset than Cassie was because she'd seen me with black eyes and busted lips before. So what was this, a horror show? I mean, the girl said she seen him with black eyes and busted lips before, but Cassie did nothing, right? Cassie said her friend called the police, but she declined to reveal who had injured her once the police arrived, so they left. And she told the jury, in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, I wasn't ready. Let me tell you something about self-preservation, right? Self-preservation. You know, I want you. So she said, I didn't want to hurt him that way, but he didn't give a damn about hurting her that way. Not on one occasion, because she testified that her girlfriend had seen her with black eyes and busted lips before. So evidently, Diddy didn't give a damn about hurting Cassie that way, but Cassie gave a damn about hurting him by telling the police, guess what? It was Sean Combs who hit me. It was Sean Combs who did this to me. Actually, he did it at the hotel, and there should be security footage of him doing this to me. Well, I wouldn't say karma. Hell, you just said somebody had to apologize for something that you once just mischaracterized. I say it's par for the course. It's par for the course. Will the charges stick as they wanted them to, or should, better yet, Cassie had called the police like her loving and caring friend wanted her to? I'm sorry, should she had told the police like her loving and caring friend who really truly cared about Cassie? Need to be, I don't know if Cassie's still friends with that girl, but she need to be friends with that girl because that girl loved her for who she was. She didn't give a damn about having access to Diddy or being in an apartment that Diddy paid for. She said, my friend is being abused. And she had seen it so many times before that her friend called the police. But Cassie still wouldn't do anything. And you got to ask the question as to why. And she could say, yeah, it could, because it could be her own personal thing. I loved him. Okay, cool. Right? And I wanted to do anything he wanted me to do. I wanted to please him. Okay, cool. That's her right to feel that way. I don't want to get in front of that. But like I said, once again, we are being shown something that is in court, right? That is pertaining to the law, right? And they're alleging that there was a racketeering case for over 2 decades. And this is what it was, what was happening. These other women were abused. Like I said, domestic violence is not a RICO act, right? Domestic violence is not a RICO act. Domestic violence is not sex trafficking. And like I said, based on what we've seen, Cassie would have had a great case for, self-defense. And if she would have did something horrifying to Diddy, she would have had a great case for self-defense and defending herself. From what the young lady's saying, that from what Cassie said, that her friend, she's seen me with black eyes and busted lips before. Cassie said her friend called the police, but she declined to reveal who had injured her once the police arrived, so they left. In that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, I wasn't ready. Totally negating the fact that Diddy didn't give a damn about hurting her that way. He had did it before in 2013, and he did it again in 2016. I wonder if that same friend was one of the people that were fighting with Diddy at the house when she received the gash under her eye that she had to go to the plastic surgery for. We're not judging. This is not about judging. Like I said, once again, this is not about judging Cassie. This is about what the testimony is. And this is about asking fair questions, right? When you are living a public life and there is a public trial, like so many other channels and news organizations on the internet, on YouTube right now, we are asking fair and valid questions. Absolutely, Anand. Yeah, absolutely. This is about what people choose to overlook when they see the advantage of something else. Like I said, very shortly after the situation involving the hotel thing, Cassie was with him. You know what I mean? Cassie was with him and had the sunglasses on, had makeup on, was pointing to the jurors of the bruises that he had put on her. Right? But I'm saying, but who, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you why this is ass backwards, right? I think a person that could speak on it, because I listened to his case when he was dealing with the situation, was Gorgeous Dre, right? Gorgeous Dre is on YouTube also, and Gorgeous Dre went to jail for the prostitution thing. He was a well-known pimp in the whole 9 yards, right? So Gorgeous Dre went to prison for that, right? And he talked about what that is. I understand from him and listening to his story, right? Which I had a chance before I even knew who Gorgeous Ray was. He was into the music thing. I had a chance to meet him, and I didn't know who he was, but I knew he was a pretty fly dude. You know what I mean? And he was really who he said he was and what he was representing. But I didn't know it at the time until later on, until the Hughes Brothers movie came out, American Pimp, and all of those things. So when you're talking about somebody being trafficked or whatever that is in that lifestyle of what that is, a lot of times, even in that lifestyle, there's an understanding, right, of the woman and the man and the subculture and they're in and so on and so forth, right? So even with that, it is against the law. It is against the law. That make no mistake about it, right? And I don't condone it. I'm saying we're talking about that because when we're talking about somebody trafficking somebody under those circumstances where a woman is sent out to make money with a John and the John pays the woman, right? That's what you call trafficking somebody for sex, right? The situation that we're talking about where Diddy and alleged that Diddy was trafficking, Cassie, for sex, that's not what that was. Because in fact, they were paying, not just Diddy, because the guy testified, they were paying escorts, right, to participate in sexual activity with them. So the person that was being basically would be looked at as a victim, but he claims that he was a working man for whatever intents and purposes that was for, right? The person that was being I wouldn't even say trafficked or was trafficking themselves, because the escort guy didn't, I don't know if he had the agency that he worked for, like in Vegas, they got this legal, you can call a girl to your room or whatever, but I don't know if he worked for an agency, but the guy in fact was trafficking himself to Diddy and Cassie, or for their situation, and he was being paid. So there are two ways to look at this: the legal way, and I would say the square way, or however the prosecution is trying to paint this picture. But this picture is not a very clear picture of what they're trying to paint. Like I said, therefore, I don't understand the sex trafficking aspect of it. When Cassie said that under the violence perspective, it is clear-cut domestic violence. It's domestic violence on a level that a lot of us who may have known somebody or seen people get in a fight or disagreement in their family, whatever, they get into a fight and that's what that is. And okay, cool. But this situation in which Cassie's describing, right? Her girlfriend called the police for her. Yeah, this was a whole nother level. Resi Carrera, like Rossi Carrera, you absolutely right. She said being a freak is not illegal. Being a freak is not illegal. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a potential that Diddy might go to prison. You know what I mean? There's a potential that he might not. There's a potential that he might appeal the case to a higher court if he is convicted, and there's a chance that the higher court could overturn it. Like I said, once again, when your money long and your game strong, you ain't really got to worry about the average thing that every square got to worry about. That's why I look at the situation like I look at it. I'm like, hold on, everything ain't for everybody, and that's just the way that it goes. So when we talk about what that is and what that means, it's just yeah, like I said, not that the feds don't miss. Like I said, once again, you got to have a preponderance of evidence, like I said, and be guilty beyond a reasonable. All they need is reasonable doubt. And like I said, we've only heard one side of the story so far. This is what makes this situation so interesting. We only hearing Cassie's side. Oh, Diddy gonna take the stand? He gonna have to take the stand. And like I said, it would be to his disadvantage not to take the stand. And the reason why that is like, look, dude, they're gonna give you what they're gonna give you anyway. So you need to get up there and be on record as to what it was about what happened. And like I said, I can almost for certain say that Diddy takes the stand and he's gonna say, I'm sorry for all that I put her through. You know what I mean? The violence and but it's gonna be coached, carefully coached by his attorneys. And then the prosecution's gonna get up there and they're gonna have their time with Diddy, right? And like I said, what they're gonna try to do is they're gonna try to say, so did you ever pay escorts and so on and so forth? And Diddy's gonna be like, no. Right? The only evidence, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, the only evidence or any kind of testimony that they have thus far, thus far of anybody paying anybody is when Daniel Phillips said that Cassie paid him. That's the only evidence they have. That's the only testimony that they have. Right? And so if people want to insinuate, well, she got the money from Diddy. Okay, you can say that. That's if you want to believe that, you're perfectly fine to believe that. But the only testimony in this case, when you do closing arguments, the only testimony in this case in regards to anybody being paid by anybody is when Cassie gave Daniel Phillips $3,000 and promised him that she would tip him more. And he said that she gave him $3,000 more after he left. Yeah, and he gonna have to 45-4. He gonna have to take the stand. Oh, he gonna have to take the stand. You're gonna have to take the stand. Like I said once again, it would be and like I said, that's a decision that's probably made a little bit later on once the lawyers look and see how strong the case is. But like I said once again, and then you got the lawyers sitting there, and they make objections. So if the prosecution try to go far beyond whatever asking Diddy crazy questions on cross, then they can object to that and let the judge decide whether it's it's a fair question or not. Yeah, the $100,000, Rossi Carrera, the $100,000 paid to the hotel, to the security for the tape. No, that's not. Once again, that's not at issue here. You know what I mean? That's really not at issue. It's like the guy got paid, so he said, right? If they can come in and show that the guy was paid, you know what I mean? Once again, it's different when you go to court than somebody saying something. And like I said, circumstantial evidence, people believe what they want to believe. But the tape made it out. You know what I mean? And if the person who was paid can actually show that they were paid, you know what I mean? Then that's even stronger evidence against Diddy. Right? But if they can't give an example as to who was paid, right? Then that's a little bit harder. That's a little bit harder. Like I said, once again, documentation over conversation. We said Edward Green. Yeah, thank you for that, Edward Green. It said in the actual indictment, it says nothing was forced and no minors were involved. That being said, I'm not with all the weirdo acts, but these people are grown. So absolutely, Edward Green, you got a point there, because remember when it first came out, you had people coming out talking about, oh man, they said it was little kids and it was Diddy was doing this, that, and the other. You got to ask yourself, who was entering these accusations? Who was planting these seeds of crazy thoughts out there so that people can formulate these kind of thoughts right before the trial? So they wanted to poison the minds of potential jurors. You don't hear none of the Tony Busby lawsuits either anymore from that perspective. So like I said, once again, this is what people have been missing. Where's all of these lawsuits? You seen the one that was launched against Jay-Z and Puffy. That quickly disappeared. You don't hear nobody talking about that. Some people are evil, man. Some people are purely evil, man. And when they have a vendetta and they want to be vindictive, they'll do and say anything. You said what? He said, did Cassie double back and pay the said person for a copy of the video? Like I said, that has to be that part right there from the perspective of what we understand. Nobody knows about that either. You can best believe that they didn't ask about that. But how CNN got the video, I think they had been asked about that, but they were like, we don't have to tell you. Go figure. Somebody had to tape. You know what I mean? Somebody had to tape, and they put it out there. So, and they wanted us to think a certain kind of way. Like I said, Sean P. Diddy Combs is a serial domestic abuser. That is without a doubt. Well, like I said, it say Gene Deal might take the stand. Well, that's good for Gene Deal. Like I said, once again, I don't know. And he might, like I said, everybody wants a bite at the apple. You say, well, Jaguar Wright, she's in the courtroom too. Yeah. Like I said, so Will Outlaw said Puffy will be acquitted. Do I think Diddy will go free? I don't know. I don't have no, you know what I mean? I don't have no dog in the fight, man. Like I said, I'm just dealing with the testimony and the facts that are before us, right? And what we're hearing from the court and the testimony. Will he go free? That's up to them 12 people sitting in that jury box, man. They're gonna decide that. Like I said, and I would hope that they would, listen to what's being said. And because like I said, this is a very slippery slope, man. We see, a lot of people, when the YouTube or Me Too movement or whatever you want to call it was out, and everybody was, yeah. So once again, we're gonna see what happens. Well, like I said, people like to compare this to R. Kelly. This is not the R. Kelly situation. It's not the R. Kelly situation at all. You know what I mean? When people understand that the R. Kelly situation was totally different. This is a domestic situation involving Diddy being a voyeurism. He's a voyeur. He like voyeurism. He like watching and all of those type of things. And his girlfriend, seeing his girlfriend, and she was a willing participant. And then some of these activities. This is not the R. Kelly situation is totally different. I understand the nature of the charges being what they were, but like I said, the R. Kelly situation is totally different. This is a 10-year relationship, and not an underage girl relationship or none of those things. Nothing about her being held against her will, and all of these other things, right? As we can see with the testimony, she was not being held against her will. You know what I mean? She was going to the Drake concert. She went back to her place that Puffy was paying for. Her girlfriend called the police. She chose not to tell the police who hit her. All of these other things. So we know that she wasn't. So it's not the same situation. Even though I know that, they occupy the same business type of business and being in the music business, if you will. Yeah, I think Gina took the bag, LaDon. hey, LaDon. Hey, LaDon. Hey, LaDon. I think Gina took the bag, LaDon. Yeah, Gina, they did hit her with a bag. You know what I mean? Gina said Gina in San Tropez somewhere, she kicking back. Like I said, he said, you say you don't know the strategy of the eternity. Trust and believe they're going to get to the meat and potatoes. Absolutely, Don. I appreciate your understanding. You seem like you're a very intelligent individual, and yeah, absolutely. Like I said, listen to me, man. I'm telling you right now, Brian Steele and the attorneys that Diddy got for him, when they go to do cross examination, you're gonna see some things, and like I said, once again, yeah, you're gonna see some things. So and they're gonna ask very explicit questions. You know what I mean? You know. So you said that so you said that the freak offs are like a job, right? So what were you being paid? You know what I mean? A simple question like, so what were you being paid? How much were you being paid per freak off by Mr. Combs, right? You know, and so all of these things that are being alleged doing the direct, right, from the prosecution are going to get dealt with. They taking notes. They taking notes. You know what I mean? And from that perspective, but like I said, even in the Diddy trial, right? Yeah, the charges are similar, limitless, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same. And when you say the charges are the RICO situation, right? Once again, you know, like I said, they can choose to convict Sean P. Diddy Combs, basically looking at, well, this guy has gotten away with too much, right? That's one way to look at it. That the other way to look at it is this: you got to understand, Diddy has the kind of money. Diddy has the kind of money. Well, he will eventually appeal this case. Listen to me. Remember, and will he get out on bail? Will they let him out on bail or anything like that? Like I said, they basically posed that he was a threat to society. He was a threat. I mean, from what we seeing, like I said, you know, he was a threat to a porn site. You know what I mean? You know, that he liked to watch, you know, that type of activity, or going to the swingers clubs, or going to all of those type of places, right? You know, it didn't appear to me that, you know, from what they described and how they explained it in the media, that it was that way. LaDon said the people that were paid to clean the rooms, they could attest to who and how many people came through. Remember, testimony is not in their drilling in on his character. They're building the case. Well, you know, whether it was 15 people, it wouldn't matter, LaDon. I don't think that would even matter. You know, and they couldn't really testify to anything. Like I said, from that perspective, they could testify. They wouldn't know who. There's no. I don't think that there's any kind of ambiguity at all as to whether the freak offs happen. Like I said, I don't doubt Cassie for a minute on that, right? I don't doubt that Diddy like that. But like I said, where is the criminal? What has to be proven is the criminal element, the intent, the criminal intent, right? Cassie said she was high on opiates. Diddy was high. You know, can he have criminal intent being high on ecstasy, opioids, or any other drug that he was using in order to run this exquisite, intricate sex trafficking ring that they are saying that he ran for over 2 decades? You understand what I'm saying? Does the prosecution have the proof that that happened? Or do they have just soft elements of domestic violence? He said LJ Turner said he was a threat to the baby whore. Right. Yeah, Johnson and Johnson. Sean P. Diddy Combs a check, man. He didn't, you know, he getting them major league pub, you know, throughout all of the major networks without even paying any kind of a marketing or advertising fee. Right. Yeah, like I said, so basically what you're saying, LaDon, is there's a character assassination. Yeah, I get that part. But like I said, my thing is, does the jury focus on that? Remember, all you need is one jury to not vote guilty. It has to be unanimous. All you need is one member of the jury not to vote not guilty. And it will, you know what I mean? So, or two, you know, that's all you need. All you need is that. When that happens, okay, cool. Does the government wish to retry the case? Does Sean P. Diddy Combs now then put in to be let out on bail until the government decides to try the case again? Right. Like, because now they have to make that decision. Does Cassie want to go through this again? Right? This is the other part that people are not really looking at. All it takes is one jury to vote no and to be a holdout. Right? And it turns into what? It turns into what? It turns into a hung jury. Right? All it takes is one. Rod Slime said, what do you say, Rod? Rod said, hi, chat. The diddler kills people. The end. Well, no, she said that they know. We do know that I wouldn't say that she was violent in the way that Sean P. Diddy Combs was violent, but she said in the beginning she tried to fight back. But you know, when they asked her did she try to fight back, she said that well, she said that she would in the beginning, but then she found out that it would be more detrimental to her overall when she tried to fight back. That's basically what she said. Right? Basically, and like I say, Cannes in France, like I say, Saint-Tropez and all of those things. Listen now. Cassie testimony exposes the underbelly of their years-long relationship. Listen, attending the Cannes Film Festival in 2013. They're in France now, right? Cassie beamed as she posed for photographers, but after getting into a fight with Combs away from the glitz and the glamour, she said she didn't have a place to stay. Listen. She's saying, now listen, now this is even more revealing than anything. I want y'all to listen to this. After the Cannes Film Festival in 2013, Cassie beamed as she posed for photographers, but after getting into a fight with Combs away from the glitz and glamour, she says she didn't have a place to stay. Cassie testified Combs accused her of taking drugs from him and kicked her off the yacht where they were staying. Cassie said she left the boat without shoes, her passport and other belongings were left behind also. Cassie said she ended up crashing at a hotel where Combs' employees were staying. On the way back to the U.S., she said Combs threatened to release videos of her having sex during the freak-offs. Cassie told jurors she felt trapped by the hip-hop mogul. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 2013 again. She says she felt trapped. How? You on the plane, you're going back home, you got to make the conscious decision. You know what? I'm tired of this shit. You know what? I'm done with this shit. That's the last time he left me hanging out there or whatever it was, and they got into a fight. Right? So now she says she felt trapped, right? In 2016, listen, in 2016, 2 days after Combs beat and kicked Cassie at the Los Angeles Hotel, they were photographed attending the premiere of the film, The Perfect Match. Cassie said she used makeup to cover up her bruises and sneaked into a popcorn closet at the movie theater to switch dresses for an after party, so bruises on her legs wouldn't be visible. So what does that say? She's saying that she sneaked into a popcorn closet at the movie theater to go and change her clothes so that she could cover up her bruises so the bruises on her legs wouldn't be seen. That tells me she's complicit. She knows what she's doing. This is the same 2016 where a couple of days, what they say, a few days, 2 days, listen, 2 days. It wasn't even 3. It was 2 days after he beat her up at the hotel that she did that. 2 days. They're at the movie premiere looking at The Perfect Match. She says she snuck into a popcorn closet at the movie theater at the movie premiere to change her clothes, to switch dresses for an after party so bruises on her legs wouldn't be visible. You mean 2 days after the girlfriend tried to call the police and tried to get her to tell who hit her and she didn't do it? Say what? Devin Brown. I got Devin Brown in the room. What's up, Devin? I don't have to be a woman. The girl's girlfriend. You're not. You see, once again, you think that this is not coming from me. I'm telling you what's going on as far as the testimony. Her girlfriend called the police and tried to get Cassie to tell the police who hit her. And she was with Diddy 2 days after that. What do you mean I'm not a girl? Right? No, I'm not reading no live tweets. Right? I'm reading information, but not live tweets. But listen, like I said, once again, this is the direct testimony coming from the court. Well, no, like I said, even Edward Green, what's that? Edward Green, what Edward Green? Edward Green say, what? It's not, man. Look, once again, you can convolute this situation, but like I said, once again, she knew what was going on, man. She said she went into a popcorn closet at a movie theater to change her dress, man, so that she could hide the marks on her legs. She loved Sean P. Diddy Combs for whatever reason. She loved him. After he beat her up, dragged her, and did all of those things, blackened her eye, she caught the Uber home. Her friend called the police. She didn't want to tell the police. 2 days later, she back with him. Absolutely. Through they said listening and comprehension is lacking apparently. Absolutely. Come on now. If you want the messenger to be the person who's the bad person, no, you got to listen to the information. And if the information doesn't coincide with the way you think, then so be it. I'm just telling you, she went into the popcorn closet to change her clothes. This is something that she volunteered. We didn't know none of this. We would have think that she went to the mansion and she had a situation where it was all love and great. No, she went to a popcorn closet, changed her dress so the people couldn't see the bruises on her legs. So she was hiding. She was complicit. She was covering up for Sean P. Diddy Combs' crimes, his domestic violence that he had acted upon her just 2 days earlier. She had shades on, covering up her black eye, covering up for Sean P. Diddy Combs' crimes of domestic violence, because she's seen the benefits more than she's seen the disadvantage. It's just that simple, man. You're not a woman. I don't have to be no woman to understand that she's seen that it benefited her more to be with him than not to be with him. She said that they were in cons and they got into a fight, and she left the boat without her shoes, her passport, and other belongings were also left behind. Cassie said she ended up crashing at the hotel where Combs' employees were staying on the way back to the U.S., she said. Combs threatened to release videos of her having sex during freak-offs. Cassie told jurors she felt trapped. How in the hell you feel trapped? Did she feel trapped in 2016 too? No, it wasn't no trap. How? This guy, if somebody got you living in a condo in Beverly Hills, right? A separate condo from where they live. See, being trapped is you living in the house with them and they can't, and this is once again, what she says is, I felt trapped. And I understand how women's feelings are to be taken into consideration. I do not want to disregard Cassie's feelings at all. Her feelings are very valid. Let's be clear. She felt trapped. Was she actually trapped? No. I could feel like it's gonna rain, but the sunshine, I feel like it's gonna rain, man, you know. But it never rains, right? I could feel like I'm gonna get into a car accident if I get in my car today. But I could not get into a car accident. Right? And what I always like to say is this: you have a right to your feelings, but your feelings don't make you right. I'm gonna say it one more time. Cassie said that I felt trapped by the hip hop mogul. Cassie has a right to her feelings, and her feelings are valid. She has a right to her feelings, but her feelings don't make her right. And Diddy was wrong for what he did to her. Absolutely, positively. But is that criminal in the nature of what the charges say? It's just that simple. You have a right to your feelings, but your feelings don't make you right. You know, people can go through life like that all they want to. That doesn't matter. That it doesn't mean that you're right. You know, it may mean that people don't really want to be around you because you lack the ability to take accountability, right? And that you could never be wrong. And everybody else, like I said, once again, when Cassie said that earlier that she didn't want to leave him, she wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to get him in trouble like that. I wasn't ready yet. And so the question has to, you know, you had to beg the question is, well, was it when she got the money? When she got that settlement? Now she ready? You know what I mean? Because before then, she had 15 times. I'm counting, and that's an exaggeration. Let me not do that. I say she had 3 or 4 times where she basically could have called the police and said, you know what, I'm being abused. But that lifestyle, man, that money, that champagne, the drugs, you know what I mean? You know, all of those things, you know, one's caught up. I get it. I understand being caught up, but being caught up is not a charge. A lot of us get caught up, right? We can't go and be like, yeah, I was caught up. He racketeered me. You know what I mean? She racketeered me. What you say? It say Katie said he owed her that Skrilla. But yeah, like I said, once again, that's up for grabs too. But she got paid. You know, it is what it is. And like I said, hopefully, like I said, she does the right thing with the money, some kind of trust set up for her kids, and so that they can live happily ever after. Um, you know, she's married now. Her husband now can basically you know, divorce Cassie, and if she got 30 million like everybody think, he can take half that money. You know what I mean? So, you know, she ain't safe either. So like I said, once again, we'll go around, come around, man. You know, if you out here doing foul, talking foul about crazy, doing foul about crazy, you know, mistreating people, man, you can count on it. You know, karma has its day. Yeah, absolutely. The young girl said she liked the life, and now she regretted. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it was at Cannes. They was on. Listen, they was at Cannes at the film festival on the yacht. I told y'all. France, Saint Tropez, you know, Spain, all of these extravagant vacations, the private planes, all of that. She loved it. She loved the lifestyle. When a woman leaves a man and they married, what's the first thing a woman says she wants to maintain? She wants to maintain what? The same lifestyle when she divorces the guy, right? So there's this long drawn out legal fight in which the lawyers get paid. Cassie lawyer got paid. She wasn't married to Diddy. But what did she tell Daniel Phillips when he first came to the freak off and where she gave him the $3,000? She told Daniel Phillips what? You ain't got to worry about my husband. And knowing damn well she wasn't married to Sean P. Diddy Combs. She said, you ain't got to worry about my husband because he not gay. He not going to touch you. While Cassie and the guy, the escort, were having sex. Right? This is what Daniel testified to, not what I said. Yeah, like I said, that might come out in Black Cash Dreams. That might come out in some kind of a situation where they talk about that. Absolutely, Shaquem Avery. Yeah, feeling like I said, when you dealing with that, when you deal with that, that's the part that people don't really understand. Like I said, you have a right to your feelings, man, but your feelings don't make you right. You can feel a lot of things, man, and be wrong, right? Like I said, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody in the chat perfect. Like I said, we all make mistakes, man. We trying to get it right every day, man. You know what I mean? And be better people. Like I said, you know. But at the end of the day, um, you know, when we talk about Cassie and what's been going on with this situation, um, yeah, yeah. Like I said, you know, they say, the additional, they had more testimony about the freak offs. Look, check it out now. Listen now. Remember, I just told y'all about the Cannes Film Festival. After the Cannes Film Festival in 2013, Combs began playing a recording of a freak off on his laptop computer as he and Cassie sat together on a commercial flight to New York. Right? Cassie said Combs told her he was going to embarrass me and release them. This is in 2013, ladies and gentlemen. This is before the hotel thing. Right? So they on the commercial flight coming back from the Cannes Film Festival. Sean P. Diddy Combs began playing a freak off tape that he had on his laptop as he and Cassie sat together on the commercial flight to New York. Cassie said Combs told her he was going to embarrass me and release them. The prosecutor posing the question, Emily Johnson, asked if there were people around you when Combs was playing the video on the phone. Well, the video wasn't being played on the phone. The video was being played on the laptop. So I don't know what she mean by phone. So once again, this is where the prosecution is asking something, right? So the prosecutor posing the question, Emily Johnson asked if there were people around you when Combs was playing the video on the phone. Cassie said on the laptop. The prosecutor said on the phone. Cassie said there were, right? And so what does that mean? I mean, that there were people around. Like, did they hear it? And of course, you on a plane, there's people around, right? It ain't like he said it loud, like, yeah, I'm stood up and, see, this is crazy, man. They trying to give these optics, man, that don't really equal up. Cassie said computer. The prosecutor said cell phone. After landing in New York, she testified they went to dinner and then had another freak off right afterwards. Okay. I mean, this is what they were doing. They were having freak offs. I mean, once again, like I'm trying to, okay, yeah, get me to the point where they have some kind of culpability for the crimes that they've alleged that have been alleged in this case. Excuse me. Yeah. What? Absolutely, A Trey. Yeah, and look, that's the so that's what I'm saying. So, you know, she's worried about being embarrassed, but now they're in the case in the courtroom where 12 strangers got a chance to see your freak off tapes. Right? But all of a sudden, Diddy was telling her on the plane that, oh, according to Cassie, that he was gonna release the tape and he was gonna embarrass her. So the ultimate embarrassment now is that what? That the tapes are out. Right? And so now, let's be clear. That's going to be the ultimate, the ultimate decision from that perspective. And like I said, and so if when the jury looked at those tapes, if they seen that Cassie was enjoying it, then what is it? Not for us to decide, but you know what I mean? More importantly, it might be not guilty, it might be guilty. Yeah, she embarrassed herself. He said, bro D said they all just wanted to watch it. Early in the relationship, what, 10 years? Right, absolutely, right? He said she signed the NDA, but yeah, they wanted to get around the NDA, I guess. Like I said, the NDA as far as I don't know, in the civil case, um, you know, uh in the civil case, I don't know, like I said, as far as, did they sign NDA when she made the settlement or not? I don't know if that's the case. Slapping Traps Radio said Cassie's a freak. I don't know what she is, man. Like I said, I just know that when it came to she was with Diddy 2 days after the hotel situation. You know what I mean? And they went to the movies, and she said she jumped in the popcorn closet to change her dress so that nobody would be able to see the bruises on her legs. So, like I said, she was covering for Diddy. That's what it sounded like to me. Somebody asked her, "Well, what happened to your legs, girl? What you been fighting, or whatever, whatever?" You know, like I said, we still don't understand and know what that is. Hard to convince a jury. Yeah, like I said, whatever those tapes look like, and like I said, the judge said that he would agree, or he would basically decide today whether a few members of the media would be able to view those tapes to be able to accurately report on what it is that they're seeing. Now, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution doesn't want the juries to see it. I mean, the media reporters to see it. Why? Could it be possible that they could report on the truth and the facts behind the situation and say, "Hey, no, it seems like she was having a great time," you know, versus what they want us to think? Oh, well, he was forcing her to do it. Like I said, once again, if the underlying, listen to me, man, if the underlying argument is she was being forced to do all of these things in 2013, she could have left. In 2016, she could have left. She stayed all of that time. And like I said, the one question that nobody, or they'll try to make you feel like, you're victim blaming and so on and so forth. We don't know if Cassie's a victim yet. You can't tell. Like I said, they'll try to paint the picture. It's like somebody writing a story and they're trying to tell you that, oh, this person's a victim. You know what I mean? But a willing participant in a crime, right? Can't claim victimhood after the crime has been committed and they participated in the crime, and all of a sudden now they become available to testify for the government or on the government's behalf. Now they become a victim. You know, um, that's a feeble attempt to try to do some kind of mind games and getting you to think, otherwise about what the facts are. And it's simply not that. It's simply not that. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I said, when you think about what's been going on so far. Alexis Snow said Cassie had a great life with Diddy. She wants him back. I doubt that very seriously. I think she's moved on. I think she loves her children and all of those other things now. And like I said, once again, I don't know how she feels or who she wants or what she wants. All I know is, what she's testifying to and what they're trying to lay out in court. Yeah, like I said, the facts. Yeah, right, Anna Lee. The defense wants all the tapes to be shown unedited. Right? That sounds to me like somebody that ain't got nothing to hide. Right? Ladon, what Ladon say? So far, there's a coercion. People setting up the rooms for the F off happening all over the U.S., out of the state. Cassie couldn't have paid for all of that. Remember, they're setting up the stage. Of course, we know, Ladon. Like I said, once again, there's no setting up anything. They got baby oil. There's no it was choreographed, but there's no like trapezes and things like that. They were doing stuff like in hotel rooms, just renting hotel rooms. Like I said, she talked about one time they had like the little kiddie pool with the baby oil, but from that perspective, it wasn't any kind of setup. Yeah, like I said, she was Sean P.D. Combs' girlfriend. Okay, Ladon, let me ask you this, Ladon, since you said that. Ladon, so now when after the 2016 situation when her girlfriend called the police, what is your answer to why didn't Cassie tell the police who hit her? I'm just curious, as you're a woman, I want to see what your answer is going to be with that. Ladon. That's not what she said. Carolina Red. That's not what she said. She didn't say she was scared to tell on Pop. She said she didn't want to get him in trouble like that at that particular time. She wasn't ready. She didn't say she was scared of. She didn't want to get him in trouble. Absolutely. That was my Aubrey. That was my Aubrey Allen. That was my like I said, when she was done, she was done. She went and then she got married. Simple as that. Right. She wasn't done. That's speculation, Ladon. Ladon, come on now, Ladon. He got long arms. Ladon, she testified, Ladon. Listen to this. Ladon, she testified that after the situation at the hotel, Diddy was texting her, right? And he said to her in text that if you don't pick up the phone, you won't hear my voice again. You won't ever hear from me again. That wasn't saying he was gonna go after. That's saying that the gravy train would be cut off. That's what that said. You ain't gonna hear my voice again. And you not hearing my voice again, you gotta pack your stuff. You gotta get out that condo that I'm paying for and all of that other stuff. That ain't saying, oh, you ain't gonna hear my voice again, all of this, that, and the other. Right? The money train stops. Everything stops. What do you mean? See, that's what I'm saying. One has to be honest about, oh, he got long arms. You keep selling the fear thing, She had 3 opportunities to leave. She said that he put her off the yacht, or she left the yacht with her shoes on, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth, and went back, stayed at the hotel on their way. Listen, on their way back to New York on the flight from Cairns in 2013. Cassie said what? She was sitting next to him. He was showing me a freak off tape on the laptop and threatened to show it to people. So even after that, once again, she was on the plane with him, right? On the flight back from France. Right. So, no, we good. We good, Ladon. Look, we're not passing no judgment, right? Everybody, like I said, nobody here is perfect. We just having a conversation. Right? So my thing is, so when she's coming back, she stayed with him then. She stayed with him afterwards. Right? If she was tired and didn't want to do it no more, just go home. What when they get to the part when she left and she went home back to her parents' house and she had left and then she came back again? Let's see if they cover that part. Absolutely. We say she's not a victim, just a VIP in the club of bad decisions. Well, no, but Ladon, like I said, it's not my point of view. Ladon, I don't have a point of view as far as what's being displayed and told in court, Ladon. You see what I'm saying? And you seem like I said, once again, you come across as an intelligent woman. I'm just asking you from a woman, from your perspective and being a woman. You know, all of the things that she described, and being on drugs and all of this other stuff, and they got in a fight, and he accusing her of this, and and all of these other things. I'm saying, what was the benefit, right? Listen, I'm going to ask you, what was the benefit versus the non-benefit of being with him and not being with him? You know what I'm saying? So what's the benefit? What's the benefits? The lifestyle, the yacht, the flights, the shopping sprees. You know what I mean? The fancy cars, the red carpet. The paparazzi. The flicks around the world, and really, you know what I mean? The disadvantage is the violence. You know what I mean? I can't even say that the freak offs, because, like I said once again, um, you know, she said in the beginning, like, yo, she did it to keep him happy because he was, into voyeurism, and she felt sorry that he'd expressed that to her, and felt sorry for him, but didn't want to disappoint him, and felt obligated after that. So when did the obligation, right, that she created in her mind stop? Right? That's the thing that we're trying to understand. She said, they said, LaDawn said, he'd be 6 feet under if it was me. I don't play those reindeer games, laughing out loud. Oh, wow. Amazing. I feel you. Like I said, once again, there's a strong case that Cassie would have had for that if she would have went that route. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, there was so much domestic abuse, her responding in kind, in some kind of way, like I said, once again. And I understand what you mean by, having a flunky, somebody that was willing to do something for a couple of dollars or whatever, whatever. But at the end of the day, when you think about the big picture, right? The big picture is this. She wasn't being held against her will. She had her own apartment or own condo. He was paying for it. She could have left whenever she wanted to leave. She's seen the benefit to stay based on the lifestyle that she was living, that she couldn't provide for herself. It's just that simple. And she had no real recourse into getting any money from Diddy because she didn't have a baby like Kim Porter, like Misa Hilton, right? So it came down later. She came and she sued and filed a lawsuit, and there you have it. She got her money. And so now, like I said, yeah, yeah. So it's crazy. Like I said, what they say back in the court, right? They said during the break, lawyers for the accuser or who plan to testify emphasize how nervous their clients are. What? So because hold on. Lawyers for accusers who plan to testify. Now they saying they got the other accusers, I guess. Because it's gonna get hard, man. It ain't gonna be easy. Like I said, it ain't gonna be no cakewalk, right? It's saying lawyers during the break, lawyers for the accusers who plan to testify emphasize how nervous their clients are. Lawyers spoke to the judge to ensure they'd continue to be able to communicate with their clients during breaks in the trial, in part to calm their nerves, or better yet, to coach them. To calm their nerves, right? The judge Aaron Serranian told them they could still talk to their clients, but were disallowed from advising them about things they should or shouldn't say. See, look, I didn't even have to recap that because I know what, you know what I mean? I know what see, because usually, this is how you know people are being coached when they get on the stand, right? The judge said, so the lawyer's basically saying that their clients, the other accusers, right, are basically saying that their clients are nervous, right? See, this is going to be interesting during cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. The lawyer spoke to the judge to ensure they continued to be able to communicate with their clients during the breaks in the trial, in part to calm their nerves. No, to coach them on what to say and what not to say, right? So the judge then, in fact, Judge Aaron Sabranian told them they could still talk to their clients, but were disallowed from advising them about things they should or shouldn't say or otherwise affect their testimony. Now, how can that be reassured? Are they going to send somebody from the court out there while they listen to the conversation? How do you ensure that nobody's being given advice in between their testimony, right? One lawyer said her client, who will testify as Jane, has had very serious breakdown moments in preparation for this trial. Another lawyer, Michael Ferreira, said his client, who will testify under the name Mia, will tell about the worst things ever to happen to her. Those things, she said, she otherwise would have taken to her grave. He said she will want emotional support during her testimony. Like I said, okay. Candidly, her nerves are through the roof, he said. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss the pain she's going through to experience from having to tell the world about her worst experiences. I don't know what that means, man. I don't know what that means. You come to testify, you know you're going to testify in the trial in regards to Sean P. Diddy Combs. The person who, listen to me, and this is what makes me weary about these other testimonies, ladies and gentlemen. The person who should be the most nervous is Cassie. She revealed so much. And so, once again, these other people who can't be themselves, who can't testify as themselves, and all of these things, like I said, the worst things ever to happen to me in my life, in the world, there needs to be no sensationalism about this. Go up there and tell what happened. And I would hope that it's a damn near at least as lengthy as Cassie, what she had to testify to. LaDawn. Once again, LaDawn, you're speculating. I understand what you're talking. These women have a right to feel the way they feel, but their feelings don't make them right. If they wanted emotional support, hopefully somebody in their family would be sitting or be allowed to sit in the courtroom looking at them, supporting them, not their lawyer. They don't need emotional support from their lawyer. They need emotional support from their family members, right? So to me, this is an attempt to be able to advise and say certain things, like I said, they say, but in between testimony. Okay. Right? Well, if you're doing it one day, then the next day y'all come back to testify, then it'll be what it is. Right? She's like, candidly, her nerves are through the roof. She signed up for this. This is real life. And like I said, once again, once she testifies and they get on the stand, they got to come back to be cross-examined. They got to come back for the cross-examination. So, you got to make up your mind. The girl Gina, they said, and like I said, I don't know. This is what people been saying. The girl Gina, she got ghosts. She gone. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened. Like I said, he said, Shay say, what you say, Shay? Get a dog, get an emotional support dog. No, and I understand. Like I said, once again, these are people who allegedly had relationships with Sean P. Diddy Combs. Right? And so, like I said, once again, we're going to see, once again, this was a pattern for him. This is what, some of the things that, like I said, once again, we're going to see what happens. And we're going to see how true and how factual these stories that are going to come from these other accusers, how they match up to what was being said, right? So yeah, that's man. Look, that's the part that I really don't really understand. They're basically asking, well, how long will Cassie uh, continued to testify. Prosecutor Emily Johnson told the judge she expects to finish her questioning of Cassie before the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. The prosecutor Emily Johnson told the judge she expects to finish the questioning of Cassie before the end of the day, leaving some time for the defense lawyers to cross-examination. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be. So you mean to tell me that's it? That's it? Ladies and gentlemen, come on, y'all. That's it? Teeny Garagos, a lawyer for Combs, told Judge Ern Samranian the prosecution's questioning of Cassie had gone differently than we expected. Than they expected. She didn't elaborate except to say that the defense will have to adjust their defense strategy as a result, right? Previously, the defense has indicated it plans to show the sexual interactions were consensual behavior between adults who engaged in a swinger lifestyle, right? Throughout her testimony, Cassie has insisted she never wanted to have sexual experiences with other people, but did it to please the man she loved and out of fear of him, right? You get it? Wow. So basically, Teeny Garagos basically is saying they're going to need a moment to adjust their strategy as to how they're going to cross-examine Cassie. So they might not cross-examine her today. It might be another day, right? So, once again, Teeny Garagos, a lawyer for Combs, told the judge the prosecution's questioning of Cassie had gone differently than we expected. She didn't elaborate except to say that the defense will have to adjust their defense strategy as a result. Previously, the defense has indicated it plans to show the sexual interactions were consensual behavior between adults who engaged in a swinger lifestyle. Throughout her testimony, Cassie has insisted she never wanted to have sexual experiences with other people, but did it to please the man she loved and out of fear of him. Wow. So take that as you may in laying the foundation for something different, right? So now what they're going to go and do, they're going to go and they're going to readjust. And they're going to say, right, okay, we understand that what you're saying, but is that it? Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I thought Cassie was gonna say some hellified stuff. But that's it. That's all Cassie had to say. They said they're gonna be wrapping up with her testimony by the end of the day. Wow. Wow. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting to do or expecting to happen. But the lawyer basically said that they can't they won't be able. It said Mark Jag said being fruity isn't a crime. I think Jonathan Odd is going to testify. Who's Jonathan Odie? Who's Jonathan Odie, right? It's in his character, I keep telling you. Because she don't want to be embarrassed. She don't want the embarrassment. I can't wait to hear the defense testimony. Yeah, me neither. I can't wait to hear what's going to be said. Like I said, once again, I'm thinking, now they're saying that the other people, I think, yeah, this is something that I think people weren't really, because now she's basically saying Cassie's story is basically that, this is something that, she didn't want to do. She did it because she loved and the fear of him. She did it for the love and the fear of him, right? But where's the trafficking though? I mean, like she said she did it because she loved him. That was consensual between two adults. She said she did and or painted the picture that she feared him, right? Yeah, I wonder what Teeny Garagos' lawyer for Combs told is basically what their strategy is going to be and how they're going to need to revamp their strategy. And Mark Jackson said this whole thing is bullshit. Yeah, and well, Dawn, like I said, we hope it's about to go down. Who is Jonathan Odie? Is that the dude that was in jail? Absolutely. If she's in the video, um, yeah. And look, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hey, look, now this is that. That's a. You know what? She said if she's in the video, hey, bro D, that's a great analogy, bro D, because they might not can't um show the video in court, but they can definitely transcribe what's being said in the video. They can do that, right? They can do that. Hold on, because listen, she insisted that she never wanted to the sexual experiences with other people, but did it because of the man that she loved and out of fear, right? So if they can go and transcribe everything that's being said in that video, if she's saying something like, I'm not gonna say it, but give me that. Ooh, it feels so good. Oh, it's this and oh, it's that. That ain't something that you enjoy in that. That ain't something you did that out of because you was what's the name? So you mean I was totally numb. I was, and notice that they gave the opioid thing to basically, say, well, I was on drugs and I did it, and I had to be numb and all of this. Like I said, once again, I don't try to dispute none of that. This is what Cassie's testifying to. But throughout her testimony, Cassie insisted she never wanted to have sexual experiences with other people, but did it because to please the man she loved and out of fear. That sets up a good, what's the name? That sets up, because if you can't see the video, you damn sure can transcribe what's being said in the video. The entire video. Right? And so what they'll come and do, and they'll say, well, in the video on we can't look at the video, but right here you said, right. And the judge 9 times out of 10, he has to allow it because he allowed the jury to see the video and hear what was being said. Well, the video, they can say, well, objection, they already know what this is. No, Your Honor, we need to ask her. We need to ask her about the video and what's being said, because she said that she didn't enjoy it and she did it out of fear and for the person that she loved. That's one way to go about it. No, I don't think they'll play the audio. I mean, they possibly could play the audio. Let's be clear. They possibly could play the audio. They could play it, and then they could be, yeah, that's possibly that they could. And then ask her, is that you? So you're hating it right now. You're not enjoying it. I mean, is that what you want the jury to believe? Right? You see what I'm saying? All of that, because like I said, now, she had gotten paid, and for whatever reason it is, yeah, they about to revamp on that ass, man. I'm telling you, it's going down. I'm telling you, dude, this is about to get funky, man. Well, Cassie's not done testifying yet, man. She's not done testifying. But like I said, lawyers and their strategies and how they use the okay, yeah, Cassie back on the stand, y'all. Look, Cassie said she told Combs, "You treat me like Ike." Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We talking about a movie. What's Love Got to Do with It with Tina Turner and Ike Turner? I actually met Ike Turner, man. I got Ike Turner autograph, man. I met him in Long Beach, California one day. He was in his Benz, and he had a white woman with him. He was in his Benz. Ike was over in Long Beach, off of Long Beach Boulevard, and yeah. So he seemed like a cool guy, but all I could think about was, even when I seen him with the lady that was with, is he hitting on the lady like Tina said that he hit on? That's all I could think in my head. I was like looking at her like, does she look like she in trauma? You know what I mean? That's all I could think about at that particular time. You know, but more importantly, Cassie back on the stand. Cassie said that she told Combs, "You treat me like Ike." Huh? So hold on. If Combs treated her like Ike, then that was domestic abuse. That wasn't trafficking. That wasn't none of that. That was, we seen the movie What's Love Got to Do with It. Is that what she referring to? Because Cassie didn't know Ike Turner personally, right? Cassie testified in the morning session that she complained to Combs once about the sexual things he made her do and the abuse that came with it by telling him, "You treat me like Ike." The comment was in reference to Ike Turner, who was described in the singer in Tina Turner's autobiography in the film, adapted off of its abusive lover, right? So he was abusive. This is what we're talking about. Sean P. Diddy Combs was abusive, right? I mean, that's what we talking about. She said, "Well, you treat me like Ike." You know what I mean? You know. Now Cassie could, she I don't know, she might could, after the world knows who Cassie is, she should go cut a record now, and she can come back out and probably, do some damage. Like I said, she sings pretty good. Like I say, other than that, He said, "Come on, the drugs, the drugs, the drugs." Yeah, like I said, they both had their moment. They both had their moment. Everybody, like I say, people want to tell the story from the perspective which they feel is much more advantageous to their argument, right? They don't want to see the whole picture. That's what you call the cognitive dissidence in people, right? They only want to tell the story from their perspective, right? Listen, say the prosecutors, like they say, prosecutors won't present videos during Cassie's questioning, right? The prosecutor says videos of Cassie involved in sexual experiences will not be shown during direct examination, but it's unknown whether the defense will show the sum. I just told y'all, man. Listen, hold on, y'all. Hold on. We just had a revelation just now, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the video showed that Cassie enjoyed it. Prosecutors won't present the video during Cassie's questioning. The prosecutor just says the videos of Cassie involved in sexual experiences will not be shown during direct examination, but it is unknown whether the defense will show some. I just told you what they're going to do. They tried to create a narrative. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling you this all the time. They tried to create a narrative, right? They tried to create a narrative in saying that, what I just read you, that Cassie, she Cassie, Cassie, they needed more time to basically how long the questioning will last. But Jeannie Garagos basically said throughout her testimony, Cassie has insisted she never wanted to have sexual experiences with other people, but did it to please the man she loved and out of fear. In listening to what Tina Garagos just said, right? What did Cassie's attorney just say? Right? What did they just say? The prosecutor, shouldn't say Cassie's attorney, but the prosecutor said they won't present videos during Cassie's questioning, The prosecutor says videos of Cassie's involved in sexual experiences will not be shown during direct examination. But it's unknown whether the defense will show some. Yeah, they got to. She just said that she didn't enjoy it. She didn't want to do it. She only did it for the man that she loved. Right? She didn't enjoy any kind of derive any kind of what's the name from that, if you will. Yeah. Wow. 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 Said Cassie told Cone, and you can see like the characters, the characterization of, you treat me, you treat me like Ike, and all of this being said in regards to, what's love got to do with it, the movie, the book, whatever, but mainly the movie. And so that part, I don't know what to make of that, but the prosecution basically said they won't be presenting the videos during Cassie's questioning. Because once again, if they present those videos, and the videos, well, that's why the defense wants to see the videos. You can't, they're trying to formulate an argument and say, I need you to hate Sean P. Diddy Combs because of him beating up Cassie, him being domestically violent against Cassie. And that, for a fact, Sean Combs did. It's just that simple. He is a domestic abuser. He's a woman beater. He's all of those things, right? But that's not the charge that he's been charged with. He hasn't been charged with domestic violence. Those issues should have been dealt with in 2016. Those issues should have been dealt with in 2013. And any other time that Sean P. Diddy Combs put his hands on Cassie or any other woman, they should have reported it to the police. Cassie should have reported it to the police when her girlfriend called the police for her after the hotel incident. Cassie chose not to. They have us believing that this is some kind of elaborate, 2 decades long, what's the name? Now, I'm just telling you this right here. Listen, if Cassie's testimony is this short, right? I said 2 days, right? Then what could somebody who spent 10 years in the public eye with Sean P. Diddy Combs, if somebody who spent 10 years with him in the public eye and who was his main girl, right? The woman that he represented in public, held hands and kicked cans with and all of those things, then what could these other women possibly testify to? That would be much more detrimental. I mean, they can get up there and they can cry and they can say, oh, it's this, that, and the other. But prior to Cassie filing any kind of lawsuit, where were these people? Right? And so that's the part where we're talking about. And another thing, the young lady, Sarah, I believe her name is, from Making of the Band. I don't know if she's one of the Jane Does that are going to testify here. But, like I said, once again, we're going to see who the rest of the alleged victims are. And like I said, once again, see what she is. Yeah, she is. Okay, Kathy Rose says she is. See, this is not that. If it was all that, she would have been came out. Like I said, once again, you have to understand what's going on and what's hot, what's being said. It's yeah. Come on, man. I'm like, wow. If they hated the guy for all of that intents and purposes, like I said, they'd stood a better chance. Like I said, but the gravy train would have been over for all intents and purposes. Yeah. Oh, that's it, because she confronted Chopper at a club about it. Yeah. Well, like I said, Chopper said a lot of things on the Art of Dialogue too. So, like I said, y'all might want to go over there, check that out. Like I said, I don't know if she is the young lady. What Kathy Rose said that she is. So, I take it as that she is. But like I said, we have yet to see. Um, um, oh, Dawn from what? One of the other groups? Forced labor. Forced labor. How? Like what? What? This is not a forced labor case, man. Forced labor. How? Like what? I mean, you know what I mean? Like I said once again, if somebody wants to get on the stand, and this is about trafficking, this is about uh, 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 fraud, bribery, and all of these other things. Like I've seen no elements of that. Oh, so Lil Rod now, truth behold, Lil Rod as well. I didn't hear about Lil Rod. I thought it was all women. I didn't know it was any men going to be testifying. So, like I said, when people say that in the chat, like I said, I don't know. Y'all seem to know a little bit more about it than I do. You say you have all the court documents, 355. Okay, Shay Shay. Shay Shay says she got all the court documents. It's popping off. Club Shay Shay. You know what I mean? So well, Shay Shay, if you could tell us in the chat who's all of the people that are going to be testifying. The jury is returning to be seated right now. Oh, you just said that you just said that what it said? Lil Rod as well. Truth behold said Lil Rod. I already know it's all women only. I mean, like I said, I'm talking about the names of people. I think a couple of them going by Jane Doe's and one by Mia. You know, we understand that. That was just testified to in court by the attorneys for these people. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we know that much. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I said, we looking for any specifics that you might be able to share with the chat that they might not know so that they're informed, you know? We just looking to inform individuals today. So the jury is coming back. They're being seated. And I think they about to get back down to business, baby. It's about to get back down to business, man. Huh? Yeah, for the afternoon session. It's about to go down. We need to hear some more than what we've heard. You know, if I'm a jury member, I'm like, you know what? I haven't heard the evidence that's going to be the I haven't heard that smoking gun yet. The smoking gun hasn't went off. Pow! You know what I mean? How you like me now, right? Yeah, like I said, you know, a lot of that, like, you know, I think the Suge Knight testimony was very eye opening as far as you know, what she had to say in regards to the Suge Knight. You know, I'm surprised that there was never no pillow talking about Tupac. You know what I mean? You know, I was surprised that wasn't something that actually came out. Or then again, it might come out. We still don't know because you know Cassie has this afternoon session in which the prosecution said that they're gonna be done by today. And Ladon said, laughing out loud, I don't think Shay Shay has a witness list. Yeah, Shay Shay coming, you know, yeah, Shay Shay coming up in here with drag from other YouTube channels. It's all good. We ain't mad at you, Shay Shay. You matter and you count over here too. You know what I mean? One thing we do over here is you don't have to lie to kick it. We good. You know what I'm saying? Come on over here and give us some of that good information that you got from other YouTube channels. We ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? We said, where you be getting your info from? Shay Shay, where you getting your info from? Truth behold, said, Shay Shay, where you getting your info from? That better not be Shannon Sharp on the low. Talking about Club Shay Shay. What's happening? It's amazing how women always display and say how they're so strong, but then in this situation they're all looking weak, and it looks pitiful on all of those that are going to supposedly testify. Right. Well, like I said, I wouldn't even say that. A Brick City, and I totally understand what you mean, Brick City. But I wouldn't even say that. I would say, like I said, when they say you want to do a little something strange for some change, right? When the money's involved, and we've seen it, man. You've seen it, time and time again. When somebody got money, everybody's up, everybody, they, I got his back and blah, 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 well, when the gravy train is cut off or when the money runs out, having money usually tends to reveal more about the person than it does less, and also more about the people around them, if you will, right? So I think, now that Cassie, she got cashed out, prior to then she was subservient to Diddy. You know what I mean? Like I said, but she never really had any kind of leverage to be able to get any kind of money from him. You know, she was being spoon fed basically. You know what I'm saying? Like in the trips and the shopping and all of this other thing, occasional whatever. And so once she was under his umbrella, she never really had to have any kind of money, right? Once she wasn't with him no more, the reality hit. And it was like, boom, it was a ton of bricks. It was like, oh, okay, And sometimes, and not to say that her, but a lot of women have that pretty woman syndrome. I'm a pretty woman. You're supposed to take care of me. You know what I mean? Well, or on the other hand, I'm looking for a man to take care of me. Look at me. I'm beautiful. I'm pretty, right? That's one attribute, but does one possess all of the other characteristics that make a woman a quality woman, right? So, like I said, that's a whole nother thing. So I don't think that it was her front. Like I said, she was into the situation and she was down and dirty for whatever it was that was going on, right? Yeah, like I said, I don't know if like I said, I still don't know because it was held in confidentiality how much money she actually received. Like I said, I think that was what the lawsuit was for 30 million. Did she get 30 million? Who knows? I don't know. So like I said, a lot of women fall into, like, you see the women, you see Instagram nowadays, right? Women out here talking about that I'm a bad bitch, and I'm this and I'm that, and they giving you these little shots and moments in time. That doesn't say who she is. That doesn't say that she's qualified to be with somebody, or should I, like I say, or a high value man. That doesn't go because you look good. You know what I mean? Do you have the right demeanor? Are you caring, loving, comforting? Are you all of those things? Are you a nurturer by nature, not because the financial situation and the presentation of the moment is right? Are you all of those things? Do you possess those qualities? You know what I mean? So, like I said, yeah. No, wasn't she? I mean, she wasn't groomed. Like I said, she came out, she had a hit single. There was no grooming involved. She was with Ryan Leslie before she was with Sean P. Diddy Combs. You know what I mean? She chose to go with Sean P. Diddy Combs because she thought that he could, elevate her career and get her to where she, like I said. And I think at the end of the day, it wasn't what it was supposed to be. And like she left Ryan Leslie, listen, like she left Ryan Leslie when she found out, and when Sean P. Diddy Combs revealed his true colors, she was supposed to leave him too. You know what I mean? But like I said, I just think that the money was long, and and yeah, the lifestyle. I don't think Ryan Leslie paid for her a condo in Beverly Hills and a condo in Manhattan. You know what I mean? Or apartment in Manhattan. You know what I mean? So all of the things is just different levels. She's like, dude, she probably drive a nice car. He put in a nice car, all of that. She living the life. She living the life. And can you imagine once that stops, right? Then she goes back to what? Just being Cassie. That's Diddy ex-girlfriend. Now she's going on to do one of them reality TV shows. I was dealing with somebody famous or something. You know what I mean? Basketball ex-wives and all of this old type of stuff now. Yeah. Like her kids will grow up one day to look at this mess. But they like I said, they can't blame nobody but her and the choices that she made. Like a lot of us, we are the product of the choices that we make. You know? Yeah. We're the product of the choices that we make. And so, like I said, but more importantly, I think the most important announcement that was just made is that the prosecution, listen, the prosecution, a lot of this information is basically circumstantial evidence. The prosecution basically saying that they will not, um, they will not show the videos of Cassie involved in sexual experiences. They will not be shown during the direct examination. So they don't want the jury to see it. Why is that? I mean, you talk about they made, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to understand something. They made a whole hell of a lot of hoopla about freak off tapes, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all need to take that into consideration right now. Right now, right now, right now. They made a whole hell of a lot of hoopla about freak off tapes, ladies and gentlemen. The tapes will not be shown to the jury or during the direct examination of Cassie right now. Why is that? If it was so detrimental, if it was all of what they said it was in the media, these freak off tapes, they had people believing that it was 35 people in the room. And it was this and it was that. Why is not the prosecution showing this to the jury and during the direct examination? You got to ask yourself that question. They sold us a bill of goods, man. They sold us a bill of goods. What happened? I'm wondering. Where them people at, man? Where them sane people at? That was out here. Yeah. So the jury is now being shown images from sex party videos. Jury is showing that right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're showing the jury images from sex party videos. Prosecutors showed 5 still images taken from videos recovered from electronic devices that Cassie provided to investigators, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear what I just said? Cassie said she wasn't with it and she only did it because she loved Diddy and she was afraid. But yet Cassie got pictures in her electronic device that she took pictures that were recovered from electronic devices that Cassie provided to investigators. One juror's eyes widened as the first image of Cassie and a male sex worker she identified as Jules appeared on a screen in front of him. Another juror shook his head from side to side as the images were shown. It's getting funky in the courtroom, man. They're getting explicit in the courtroom, man. As the presentation continued, another male juror pressed his head and his pen against his face as he studied the images intently. One woman on the panel pursed her lips. Many took notes as Cassie described what was happening in the images. She said they showed her with male sex workers and at various stages of encounters. What? So look, so they're trying to basically what they're trying to do. They're trying to paint a picture. Show the video. Show the video. Like, I mean, my thing is, are these still shots of the video? You know what I mean? Because Cassie explaining like, oh, this is like, man, boy. So Cassie, look, so basically the prosecutor is showing images from sex party videos. So they're basically showing still shots. They don't want to show the whole video. Why? Because the video shows, allegedly shows Cassie enjoying this situation. Yeah, that's the only reason. That's the only reason I can think of. So it's to put into the jury's mind, basically, what this is from the perspective of what this is in regards to this is how it went down. This is some of the still shots of the videos. This is what was going on. You know, listen to the narrative and the story that we're telling you. We're going to show you these still shots of videos, but we're not going to actually show you the whole video. We're just going to show you still shots, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the yeah, that's what's been going on right now. And Cassie's describing what it is. She said they show her with male sex workers and at various stages of encounters. So why did Cassie keep these videos? I mean, she said she only did it. She never enjoyed it, right? Like I said, I don't know. They haven't even talked about whether Cassie has immunity or not. Like I said, I would think that on the cross examination that the defense attorney would actually ask, her, you know, were you given any kind of deal, right? Do you have immunity, right? Um, right. Like I said, once again, whether the videos were consensual, they're trying to paint. Like I said, a lot of times in court, it's about who tell the best story, or who can tell the best lie, or basically the best story. And like I said, the fact that they don't want to show the actual video, right? And the defense has to sit there and listen to all of this, right? Yeah, she's showing all teeth in the video, right? Absolutely. You know what I mean? LaDawn, strategy, they don't have to. Laughing out loud, it's their case. Yeah, of course, LaDawn, I get it. I totally understand what you mean. But like I said, if you want to be fully transparent, because at the end of the day, I believe that the defense is going to show she, like I said, you know, um, if she says she loving it, and you know what I mean, and all of this other stuff that she might possibly say, that goes to show the consciousness of guilt from her. Yeah, huh, man. Brick City say what? They definitely sold us a lemon and hit us with the 52 fake out and put the banana in the tailpipe. Absolutely. Didn't they, man? They sold it. It was like, man, this is the, Sean P. Diddy Combs in the media. Right? You know, show the, if what they saying is true, show all the evidence. Like I said, this is how people lie too. People lie. They tell a half story. You know what I mean? They go tell people stuff and they be like, they tell a half story. They don't tell the truth. They tell the part that try to make them look good. You know what I mean? Even if you do that, you're still a liar, right? Like I said, the media, if they ain't keeping it 100, if the prosecution ain't keeping it 100, they just as worse as the plaintiff, or not even say the plaintiff, because it's the United States versus Sean P. Diddy Combs, not Cassie. I'm sorry, not Cassie Ventura. Yeah, that's crazy. uh, like I said, what they say, they say feeds of images are restricted to the jury and the witness stand, right? So basically, the pictures that they're showing are only being shown to the jury. So if it's on a screen, it's facing the jury. The image is shown on the image were shown on monitors in the jury box and witness stand. The feed was cut to the public gallery and overflow rooms because of their sensitive nature. So they're not showing the videos; they're just showing the pictures. Right? Prosecutors provided binders with printed copies to the judge and the defense counsel. Right? So they got binders with the blinders on it, so the judge and the defense counsel can see. Um, at one point, Combs asked his lawyer Mark Anafalo for the binder. Combs discreetly Hey, Puffy in court, he still wants to see the pictures. He's like, man, let me see them, yo. It said at one point, Combs asked his lawyer, Mark Anafalo, for the binder. Combs discreetly thumbed through the images, keeping them out of the view of the public in the gallery behind him. After a few moments, Combs closed the book and handed it back to Anafalo. So Puffy actually got a chance to look at these pictures, you know what I mean, of whatever they show in regards to snapshots and still shots of the Cassie being with various male sex workers, if you will, from what she's saying, right? So, like I said, they're not showing the whole video; they're just showing snapshots. Why? We don't know. Like I said, because if the video shows that Cassie's having fun, like I said, it's a wrap. Yeah, Mark, exactly. If you're innocent, why would you give up 30 million? Wilding. Well, it's not. It's like I said, Rod. You know, Rod Slime. I think you have the wrong premise. It's not about why would you give up the 30 million. He gave up the money because of the embarrassment, right? The embarrassment factor wasn't about guilt at that particular time, but ultimately they filed a criminal complaint. There was nothing he can do about that. The once he settled the civil complaint, you know, I guess he would thought that it was done. You know what I mean? Save the embarrassment, the whole 9 yards. But he's actually living through the embarrassment now. That's what makes me think that this is something a little bit bigger than what than about just Cassie and what this is about. You know what I mean? Because there was a criminal complaint filed, and the criminal complaint is what's got us here, not the civil. So a civil complaint is never based on guilty or innocence, right? You know what I mean? From that perspective, you know, it's based more on, you know, you don't have the preponderance of the same degree of evidence and proof that you do in a criminal case. So he chose to settle and avoid the embarrassment. Like I said, he probably knew she had, you know, freak off videos. I don't know if he thought that she had freak off videos of him doing something, you know, unbecoming, but you know, that's just the way it goes. No, we've been talking about that all morning, man. That like I said, Sean P. Diddy Combs is a serial uh, domestic violence. You know what I mean? He's a serial abuser. I mean, that's without a shadow of a doubt. Well, like I said, the question is, you know, was what made Cassie stay? You know what I mean? Rod Slime. But like I said, you don't know how much money he paid her. We don't. Nobody knows because it was confidential. Nobody knows what did he paid her 30 million. I think that's what they were looking for. But usually, what you're looking for and what you get received, you know, in a settlement usually is not the same. And he didn't pay anything. It was an insurance company that paid the money. So if the insurance policy is for X amount of millions, then usually her attorney would advise her, you know what? I think you should take it. There's no other guarantee that you probably get anything else from him. You know what I mean? Being that it might not be in his name. So, you know what I mean? Like I said, we wouldn't want to push that out there. He say, oh, he say, what you say? I've always found that when a person tells you something and it never tells the complete story, only tell you parts and pieces, usually that person is a damn liar. Yeah, a lot of times, man. A lot of times. And it's so unfortunate because I think some people think that makes them look good or an appear. Like I said, you are who you are no matter where you go. Yeah, like I said, you're absolutely right. As of right now, Diddy's only guilty of domestic violence. You know what I mean? My thing is, how come they're not showing the video of all of these freak off tapes that they claim to have that shows all of this with the kids and all? They man, listen, man, they had us believing that Diddy had videos with kids and underage girls and all. They sold a whole bill of goods, man. They sold a whole bill of goods, and none of it's true. None of it's true, ladies and gentlemen. None of it's true. And so, like I said, more importantly, yeah, one has to really understand and know that this is what this is. Tony Lewis say free puff. Right. Civil mostly has to do with money, criminal money and time. Yeah, criminal. Yeah, right. You saying criminal money and time, right? Absolutely. Well, hopefully, like I said, you can they can bleed the person dry, if you will, right? But like I said, Diddy got long money, man. So that's the difference in this case. Like, let's say, even if there's a conviction, he can appeal it. You know what I mean? He can appeal it, and like I said, he's had his day in court. Will he be let out? Will they let him out? Let him out of prison? On bail. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, the sad part about this is that most of, like, can you imagine that, not to say anybody in particular, but there are people in that courtroom, maybe people on the jury, who hit their wife, who hit their boyfriend, right? And when you think about it, like somebody being the judge of somebody else who's doing the same activity that they may do in private. That's one of those facts of life. You know what I mean? Like politicians, they get up there sometimes and act all noble, and you come to find out that they got some kind of scheme going on where they've been stealing money or being bribed and all of this, and they get up there, we're for the people and all of that. That's one of the things that really trips me out about life. It really trips. Somebody's up on that, out of them 12 people, maybe woman or man, somebody done, been in a violent relationship, they done hit a woman or hit a man, and and the person didn't hit back or whatever, and it probably wasn't as tumultuous as this situation. But yeah, it's like the they're sitting there now judging somebody else, knowing damn well they didn't did what, what I mean, what Diddy did, but not to the degree or in the same, but they participated in that before. That's one of the crazy things about life. Yeah, that's one of the crazy things about life, man. So yeah, Carl Anderson, I'd agree, a jury of your peers, right? Well, that's a whole nother thing too. Your peer group, you got a peer group of people who are like-minded individuals. Then you have a peer group of people who are elite, who have unlimited funds, and you know what I mean. And certain people would consider those people not a part of their peer group, if you will. You know what I mean, Carl? You know what I mean? Like, so it all depends. Once again, that's why they have jury selection, and they try to choose the people who they think would possibly side with their argument from that perspective. And yeah, unfortunately, like I said, hopefully both sides chose, who they thought would listen to their side and agree with their side. Well, hey, Mark Jack, I think you're exactly right. Um, I think I think on the when the defense has their turn, I think they're gonna point out to situations like that, as far as Diddy being a good father, taking his care of his kids after his ex-girlfriend died, and all of those things from that perspective, right? I think, like I said, I just think Diddy likes what he likes, sexually. I think that's what he likes. You know what I mean? I don't think it's no real big thing, as from that perspective, other than the violence, right? But like all of the other stuff, like I said, I don't see him trafficking nobody. I see he got money, and a lot of women are attracted to men, powerful men with money, and sometimes they'll do whatever that man wants them to do from that perspective, and that's what seems like it's been the case. You know, we don't see Young Miami coming out saying nothing about Diddy. We don't see Misa Hilton coming out saying nothing about Diddy. They showed Misa Hilton today going into the courtroom with an actual walker. I don't know. Hope she's all right. You know what I mean? But yeah, so yeah, bugs. Yeah, we don't even do that, bugs. We don't do that. Like I say, like I said, when people say like stuff like Diddy unalive his ex Kim Porter, you lose credibility, man. That's not what the coroner report says. They say the coroner report says that Kim Porter died of laborial pneumonia, man. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, once again, I know you got the internet fingers and people that just say anything, they want to laugh, they want to joke. But like I said, over here, we try to keep it sensible. We try to talk, we try to talk sensible and have a intellectual conversation, man. Yeah, like you said, Carl Anderson, money or no money, his image is tarnished. But how she got pneumonia though? What? You didn't just ask that question, Bugs. Come on, man. So how she got pneumonia? Well, how did she get pneumonia, Bugs? Since you know, tell the chat how Kim Porter got pneumonia, if you can. No, I think if you say with Kathy Rose, if Diddy gets away, everybody's going down with him. Diddy will. Now I don't think he's gonna start talking. I think he's gonna be relieved that it's over with. I mean, because other than anything else, this is the only thing they had. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I point to you the situation involving the Tony Busby lawsuit about Jay-Z and Diddy, man. I mean, when that came out, everybody was like, oh, y'all believe in these celebrities. Y'all follow these celebrities. Y'all don't know what they be doing. And neither did the person that was saying that. A lot of those people that were talking like that, you don't even see them no more. You don't even hear from them, man. You know what I mean? They done went over to another chat and start talking about something new that somebody talking about, where they can give their 2 cents in, or share their feelings, right? Instead of sharing the information or the opinion that they, hold in regards to that, instead of saying, y'all believe, you don't know what everybody else believe. You don't know what everybody else is thinking. When people say that, you know what I mean? Y'all believe what somebody else believe, or what they know people going, like or dislike. We don't know that. You know what I mean? Nobody knows that. Nobody's that clairvoyant. You know what I mean? From that perspective. So it's like when people say that, now the case is gone. Dismissed. Jay-Z has a defamation case against Tony Busby and the young lady that filed the charge. And nobody's saying nothing now. Everybody was like, oh, Jay, and because Diddy and Jay, like, dude, come on, man. Come on, man. If you know anything about hip hop, or if you know anything about the 90s and early 2000s, man, and you was around, like, nobody had to do anything like that, man. Nobody had to do anything like that. There were women that were around, they were plentiful, and it wasn't like it is today. Now today, everything is social media, people making up these stories and all of this kind of stuff. It's totally different from back in the early 90s. You know what I mean? Early in late 90s, early 2000s. It's totally different. So like I said, they looking at the pictures now. I mean, like I said, I'm hoping to see the video. I want to see the video. I want to see how they react to the video if they show the video in court. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bugs. That's for the court to decide, man. We don't know nobody over here nowhere Diddy's innocent or guilty. We ain't saying nothing like that. That's what we don't do. Dre Ham looked like they raided his house and found really nothing, so they doubled back to Cassie. Hey Dre, you exactly right, Dre. Remember, look, hold on. Remember Remember, you had Reggie the Rat and them over there talking about, yeah, they got tapes from Diddy house. You know what I mean? Oh man, they got tapes. I know about it. You know, bro, they didn't get no tapes. There were no tapes. We don't know yet whether they got anything because they haven't finished presenting it. But basically, Dre, what you saying is accurate. Um, you know, they didn't have it. There was no nothing basically, right? This is what's going on. This is what they told us, and this is what we understand it to be, right? Well, Jaguar trying to get a little fame, Jaguar, right? Jaguar, Jay Z and Beyonce and them shut down Jaguar, right, man? You know what I mean? Jaguar, right? Like I said, ever since she came out and said something about Jay Z and Beyonce, and they went at what was it? What was it? I don't know, one of those networks they went at that she was on there talking about Jay Z and Beyonce are monsters and all of this, that, and the other. She's never presented any kind of evidence, right? Like I said once again, Jaguar trying to, she trying to get her appearances fee or her appearance fees back up for YouTube. You know what I mean? Like I said, you haven't been hearing anything from her. Like I said, a lot of the things that she said have been debunked. Remember, she had said that Christopher Williams had a relationship, some kind of relationship with Diddy. That wasn't true. You know what I mean? That they had did some kind. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. People didn't even know that Christopher Williams was Ella Fitzgerald's a nephew, right? Yes, Christopher Williams is Ella Fitzgerald's nephew. So he didn't have to do anything. Like I said, that alone, being Ella Fitzgerald's nephew, that alone will get you a record deal if you can sing. You know what I mean? Ella was one of the baddest jazz singers out there, period, point blank. She's a legend. You know what I mean? So when we talk about that, yeah, Pierce Morgan was. Thanks, R. Hill. Yeah. So like I said, this is it. So I guess the shocker of the day is that they're showing these pictures. Um, you know, I guess they probably tried to show the pictures of I don't know with faces of displeasure from Cassie. Yeah, Christopher Williams was dope back in the day. Christopher Williams was also in New Jack City. You know what I mean? So like I said once again, when people are spreading these lies and these rumors, like I said, you have to have the knowledge first before you can have any kind of understanding of what it is, right? When Jaguar Wright was out here, she was just, you know, just selling theories, and it's like, man, people were like, Jaguar Wright, did you hear what she said about such and such? Blah blah blah. And like I said, when she went at Jay Z and Beyonce, man, they shut all of that shit down. Like I said, you can't play with Jay Z and Beyonce like that. You know what I mean? More so, like I said, with the situation involving Tony Busby, like, you got to take into consideration that they got kids, man. You know what I mean? They got young kids, man. And to vet the situation to see if it was really true, some young 13-year-old Caucasian female that Puffy and Diddy allegedly involved in, it was totally untrue. It was a lie. It was a fabricated story. So I don't understand why people have such a hard time believing that somebody can turn something into something, or turn a nothing into something. Like the situation with Tupac, the same thing, right? Right? You know, So when you deal with that aspect of it, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's actually crazy. So when the big picture is talked about from that perspective, it's like, hold on, man, hold on. Yeah, absolutely, Ella Fitzgerald, a legend. Yeah. Once a Dre Ham, I gotta agree with you. It was a lot of people out here talking about, oh, like you see how these stories just fester up. It was something in the baby oil that it was putting in the baby oil. And people don't care about if they pushing these lies or not, right? What they don't understand is it reduces the level of their credibility. Because you what? Something in the baby oil was in the baby oil that would incapacitate the person. None of that's true. Cassie testified they put the baby oil and some hot water in the sink, so the baby oil is hot. Okay. They submerged it in hot water or warm water or whatever, right? Okay. Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Brick City, like I said, and like Corinne Steffens is her name. Superhead, they called her, right? She wrote her book. You know what I mean? Told about her escapades. You know, had her little 5 minutes of fame, and drove, and bought a Porsche white, we say a Porsche white Volvo, and drove off the scene. You know what I mean? You know, so for all intents and purposes of what that was worth and what that was about, Corinne Stephens, she, tales of it, whatever, you know. Yeah, absolutely. And Lee, yeah, Reggie the Rat was out here lying. You know what I mean? Oh man, he was lying. And like I said, people were eating it up. That's why I had to expose him. Like I said, once again, he out here lying about stuff he don't know nothing about. He was on some channel the other day. Dude asked him like something about something. He was like, "Well, most of the stuff I'm about to tell you is about stuff that I seen on the internet." But when he was on Bums First, he was over there talking about like he witnessed it firsthand. How quickly the lies change, man. Absolutely, Draham. They created a lot of stories to make it look like, it was way more worse than it actually was. And like I said, once again, what you're not gonna hear is nobody. So you would have to document the statements from people that was talking like that, right? And then you had to go back to them. I said, man, I thought you said that this happened, man. Well, man, that's what they were saying. They were saying that happened. You know what I mean? That's what I had heard. I didn't know if it was true or not. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they were saying, man. I guess it's not true then, man. Now, I wish Diddy the best though. No, man, stop it, man. These niggas be that be double pump faking, man, and you know what I mean. 1 minute they on one side of the bar, and the next minute they on the other side of the bar, man. It's like, come on, man. Stand up for what you said, man. It's all good. You know, So like I said, yeah, like I said, they just looking at pictures now. Yeah, they hoping, right, Dow Jones. Like yeah, and like I said, even Chris Brown, they did Chris Brown like that. He said Rod Slime said he be dying when I say Reggie the Right. Nah, like I said, but that's who he was, man. That's who he is, man. As you see now that Bums First is no longer in existence. All of that hoopla, all of that posturing, and all of that old craziness, man. Nobody care about that, man. Like, I mean, people want to hear something substantive. You might not do the numbers and all of the things that they talk about doing, but if you playing the long game, right, your credibility gonna be in line, man. And you ain't gonna be known as no guy out here trying to just, woo people with the bullshit. Yeah, bankrupt first, right? Dad Miller TV, bankrupt now, gone, right? The channel bankrupt. John bankrupt. Like I said, you read the bankruptcy statements, man. I mean, from that perspective. But like I said, in the Diddy situation, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. was talking about, how he knew Diddy was this and he knew Diddy was that, and the feds went to Diddy house. They got Reggie the Rat was running the story about They got tapes from Diddy house and all. They was lying. They didn't know anything about that, man. They wanted people to think that they knew something about something that they didn't know, so that you would watch what they were saying. It's just that simple. You know what I mean? Begging for tips and birthday gifts. You know, today my birthday, y'all. You know, here go my cash app. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Well, where they do that at? You know, you're supposed to be out here getting all this money, then they clowning Walmart workers. People that work at Walmart, they trying to clown like, dude, see how karma come get you? Out there talking about people who got real jobs, trying to take care of their family and all of those things, and now they bankrupt. Boy, that karma come get you. It come get you, man. It come get you, man. Yeah. Yeah. When you say Mark Jack, Reggie not moving like an ex-CEO. Yeah, absolutely. 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 So, you know, when it all boils down, man, you see who's being real and who's not. You know what I mean? You see who handling their business and who's not. Like Warren Buffett say, when the tide goes out, you see who got their swimming trunks on. You see what I'm saying? You know, they wasn't paying their taxes. You know what I mean? Misrepresenting a whole bunch of stuff, man. You know, out here talking about people they ain't even paying their taxes, man. You know what I mean? The most fundamental thing that you could do in having a business is paying your taxes. So yeah, I guess they looking, they trying to examine these pictures, ladies and gentlemen, right? The sex party video images. I wonder what was the strategic aspect of this when they said, well, look, we're not gonna show the videos, we're just gonna show snapshots. So they want to put snapshots into the jury's mind of what it is that they're seeing at this particular time, right? That's the only thing that I can think of at this particular time. I'm like, okay, well they showing snapshots of what it is, but what is it they're trying to what are they trying to convey? You know what I mean? What are they trying to convey? Let's get this. Let's get this. Like I said, they talking about that Cassie didn't have the resources, right, to leave Combs after he beat her, right? So what I mean, that is somebody put you out, right? That ain't their fault. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was giving them money, but you know what I mean. And that's the crazy part. It's people act like it was Diddy's job to take care of Cassie, no matter what, right? 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 She said basically she needed to sneak out the house to go with security to stay at a hotel. She testified that uh, she snuck into a hotel covered up because no one could see me like that. Right? Cassie said that she didn't feel like she could leave and she didn't think it was safe for her to do so. You see what I mean? Once again, we talk about feelings. She didn't feel like she could leave, right? Right? She didn't think that she could leave and she didn't have the resources. So basically, that's basically telling you why she was with Diddy. She was with Diddy because of the resources, right? Think about it, right? Her mother, she said, Cassie said what she said. Her mother read a description of the incident online and didn't include her name and reached out to see if it was about her. She said, I didn't tell my mom of the truth because I was ashamed. So she lied to her mother. She even lied to her mother in regards to this, right? But I also felt that at the point I didn't know what was going to happen, she testified, I didn't want to put my mother in danger of knowing what happened to her, right? That's crazy. She said sometimes during the first half of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie and her friends went to a party at Prince's house. She testified. She said she didn't tell Combs about it because she thought he wouldn't let her go. Once she arrived at the party, Ventura caught a glimpse of Combs and could tell he was angry. So she said she ran out of the ran out as fast as she could. Combs later burst into the room at the hotel Ventura was staying at. She said that they went into the bedroom, so her and her friends were sleeping on the couch and wouldn't hear anything. He beat me up in that room, she testified. He was throwing luggage at me, just calling me all kinds of names. Ventura said that the bruises on her face and knots on her head afterwards. She said she had knots on her head and all of that. Ladies and gentlemen. Huh? He said he caught her at the party. She was trying to duck him, but he caught her at the party at Prince's house. Amazing. Wow. Basically, she said that he beat her up. He caught her at Prince's house and she beat her up. He beat her up, right? She said the jury is now being shown the email Cassie Ventura sent to her mother and one of Sean Diddy Combs' employees on December 2011. The email said that Combs had threatened to release explicit sex tapes of her, including one on Christmas Day. In the email, Cassie Ventura said Combs threatened to hurt her and Scott Mescudi, also known as Kid Cudi. So now they talking about Kid Cudi, ladies and gentlemen. They talk about Scott Mescudi is his real name, Kid Cudi, who Ventura was dating at the time, but not with his own hands. Combs said he'd be out of the country when it happened, she said in the email. So they're talking about how Sean P. Diddy Combs allegedly threatened Kid Cudi and told Cassie in an email that she would have something happen to Kid Cudi. So, but like I said, hold on now. Cassie had a relationship, right, with basically with Kid Cudi. Cassie once emailed her mom warning her that Sean Combs was threatening to release X-rated videos of her. The R&B singer sent an email to her mother and former assistant Capricorn Clark on December 2011. The threat said that Sean Combs has made of me says that he has made of me and will release the sexually explicit videos on Christmas. Wow. So now they asking, basically Cassie is asking for a break in the testimony at this particular time. Amazing, man. Wow. Wow. So basically, did you know the assault incident was reported? Right? Crazy, man. So what are these photographs? My mother took so basically, like I said, once again, Cassie had went home. She said my mother took them in Connecticut, right? Of the bruises on my back, right? And so her mother was even aware that Cassie was being abused by Sean P. Diddy Combs, right? But like I said, once again, was everybody not with it, right? Sean Combs learned Cassie Ventura was dating another man during a freak off in 2011. Cassie recalled Combs lunging at her with a wine opener between his fingers after he read through some emails referencing the man on her phone. Ventura said she managed to escape the freak off in a hotel room to go to another hotel where she had been staying. She called the man she'd been dating, Scott Mescudi, also known as Kid Cudi, on a burner phone to come pick her up. Ventura said after speaking with one of Combs' employees, she went over to Combs' house to talk about the things and tried to resolve the situation, but he was irate. He told me about the videos that he had and he was going to release and that he was going to hurt Scott and I. She said, adding that the videos he was referring to were freak offs. So now, Cassie has now developed a relationship with Kid Cudi, right? And so this goes on to even explain more that it wasn't anything of blackmail or anything like that from that perspective, right? Think about it. I mean, you got to think. And so if she had a relationship with Kid Cudi, you know what I mean? Then it really wasn't what it was all baked up to be when they talk about the she was in a whole nother relationship dealing with somebody else, right? She said that she was in a freak off and something happened and she ran out to go to another hotel. She used the burner phone to call Kid Cudi to come pick her up, right? And now they said that the full unedited video of the Combs abusing his girlfriend Cassie Ventura has been released. Like I said, they didn't show. I didn't see the whole video yet. I don't know if anybody on the internet y'all been checking it out to see the whole video of the unedited version of the assault, right? Wow. One of the previously unseen clips was recorded on the camera placed in the corner of the hallway and is now on closed International Continental Hotel in Century City, right? Wow. In a 15-minute video above, Ventura, who was barefoot and dressed in a dark-colored oversized hoodie, leggings and everything. We know about that part. The area which is shown, like I said, you know, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if anybody online has seen it, you know, as of right now. But yeah, this is crazy, man. Woo wee! It's gotten hot up in here, man. It's gotten hot up in here. Cassie just asked for a break in the courtroom, if you will. Yeah, she just asked for a break, so they giving her a break. Once again, like I said, the other part, Diddy. When you think back to that videotape of Diddy in the hallway, and they're showing the Diddy in the hallway, man, it's kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can get a copy of that, copy of the video of the situation involving the whole video, right? Bad act ran go over in the middle of the road, wasting time. Colored socks is shown running down the hallway, entering the background. Combs now 55 drive Ventura. Understand the RB star sat on the floor for a second, and Combs began to walk back to his hotel room. As he got down the halfway down the hallway, Ventura stood up and returned to the elevators. The Revolt co-founder at that time held a bag that Ventura initially had in her hands, then turned around and went back towards his girlfriend. Right. So they showing the other parts of the parts of the video that they didn't show, and Diddy came back down the hallway and he's basically pointing at her as she's standing by the elevator. And Diddy, like I said, Diddy's a weak guy, man. He's a weak guy, man. He's a weak dude, man. Diddy's a weak guy. He's not a strong man at all. Not at all. And then also they also show in the video, see, they didn't show all of this on CNN, right? They also show in the video that Diddy, the hotel security guy that they talked about, the hotel security guy, they show him actually coming up and walking down the hall. Moments later, Ventura walks into the corner under the camera, and security guard Israel Flores chats with Combs, basically the Department of Justice. They had showed that. Wow. Hey, did Diddy snatch the phone? Diddy claimed that one of the security guards was recording this conversation. They both were out of frame for a second, and then Combs reemerged and exchanged words with Ventura before taking her things down to the hallway, right? Yeah, the whole tape is interesting, man. Flores walked to the corner under the surveillance, and then Cassie came back. So Cassie standing there. Cassie she put her hood on at this particular time. While the security guard standing there. The security guard, he ain't no little dude. The security guard buff as a motherfucker, man. You know what I mean? The security guard, like he could take Diddy if he wanted to. Wow. Said Flores showed the I'll Be Missing You MC halfway down the hallway to the hotel room before Combs stopped and began talking to him. Right? Amazing. Whoa. Whoa. Said Flores escorted Ventura to get her things and leave in the elevator. Right? So Diddy, they got, and you can see Diddy sitting down. Listen, y'all, Diddy sitting down in the, where he threw the thing at Cassie, the vase that broke. Diddy sitting down in his towel, talking to the security guard while Cassie right there. The security guard kind of like mediating. Wow. Wow. Once Combs continued walking down to his room, Flores monitored Ventura to come over, presumably to get her things out of the room. A few moments later, Ventura reemerged holding 2 bags in her hands and went to the elevator. Flores then exited Combs' room. But see, now listen, this what tells me Diddy ain't try to do, he didn't try to do nothing then. Diddy not that guy, man. Come on, man. Diddy's not that guy, man. He's not that guy. Right? They're showing a picture of the broken vase and the stand that it was actually sitting on, right? Yeah, this dude, he's a maniac, man. Like I say, he's a weak guy, man. He's a weak guy, man. He's a weak guy. Like I said, once again, but that's not about that's definitely not about racketeering or anything like that, right? That's not about racketeering or any of the things that they're alleging in this criminal complaint, ladies and gentlemen, right? We know about all of the things that Daniel Phillips testified to. Like I said, Mr. Flores now, who's now Los Angeles Police Department, a police officer, right? You said Diddy did it, Bugs. You said that 3 hours ago, Bugs. Come on now, you got to come with something new, man. Right? They showing the pictures of Cassie and Diddy. You know what I mean? Oh man, this is, like I said once again. I don't know how we get past the pictures of Cassie and Diddy involved in and what, like I said, what has come to be what it is now, right? Let's see. The judge said, Mr. Johnson, an estimate, Johnson, an hour or more. So they say basically they're gonna go along for like an hour or more. The goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of the cross-examination today. Judge, bring the witness and the jury back in. So they bringing the witnesses and the jury back in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this popping. Wow. Wow. Woo wee. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They bringing them back in, man. They bringing them back in. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jury entering. Did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? Ventura. Scott did a few days. I broke it off with him. She said she broke it off with Kid Cudi. It was too dangerous. The defense objection. So the defense objected. She talked about breaking it off with Kid Cudi. Judge overruled. Ventura. Sean said he would hurt both of us. Right. So now she's saying that P Diddy said that he would hurt both of them, if you will. Right. Wow. Wow. So she's basically saying that P Diddy, she broke it off with Kid Cudi because it was too dangerous, right? So what that says is that she didn't. There was no. This was a jealous boyfriend, man. This was like where's the racketeering and like I say, I understand the part about the violence aspect of it, but she's asked about Kid Cudi, the rapper, mentioned in her 2023 lawsuit, Sean Combs, when he claimed that clones threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car in a fit of jealousy. According to the lawsuit, Kid's car exploded in his driveway a short time later. Ventura said that she dated Cudi, whose real name is Scott Muscudi, for a brief period in 2011 when her relationship with Combs was on and off. Ladies and gentlemen, she's testifying that her relationship with Sean P. Diddy Combs was on and off. How was she trafficked? This doesn't, it doesn't, like, hold on, man. Was on and off. Combs found out when she went through his phone during a freak off session, which she found in the email between her and Muscudi, and staffers mentioned bringing Ventura's toiletry bag to Muscudi's home. Ventura said Combs put a wine bottle and all of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. She said that she basically was dealing with Kid Cudi after her and P. Diddy's relationship was on and off. This doesn't sound like to me like, hold on. So the jury on Wednesday was shown sexually explicit images. We also know all of that, right? These images, basically Cowan added, graphic enough to show and really hit home that Cassie was not in a relationship as a consenting adult, right? So they got people basically saying that the images that were shown are graphic enough to show and really hit home that Cassie was not in a relationship as a consenting adult, right? The sexually explicit images were shown out of view of the public in the courtroom. The jury had binders and everybody had binders. And like I said, this is other people's opinion as to their interpretation of what the images were. The person that's reporting on this and saying these things and is not was not in the courtroom or privy to the information at hand, right? The prosecutor elicits notable violent events, right? Notable violent events. So the defense complaint that testimony about violence was not specific enough promoted a prosecutor to elicit from Cassie a history of notable events of violence she said she suffered at the hands of Combs. So they're looking for it to be more explicit, more in detail, if you will, right? Once again, a defense complaint that the testimony about violence was not specific enough prompted a prosecutor to elicit from Cassie a history of notable events of violence she said she suffered at the hands of Combs. The first she testified came early in their relationship in 2007. Cassie said she was at a dinner with Sean and friends when she spotted Combs flirting with somebody. She said she shrugged her shoulders when somebody else who saw it looked at her, but then she said Combs attacked her in a car after they left the venue. He knocked me around and was just hitting me, she said. Cassie testified that she fell to the floor of the car after Combs hit her on the side of her head. I was just shocked, she said. I didn't necessarily understand what happened and why he was so angry. She said uh, she went home and hid out after that. So this is because she was talking about violence and things like that. Basically, the defense said that the testimony wasn't explicit enough for the prosecution even to bring that up. So the prosecutor had to go into detail and ask Cassie about specific instances, right, where violence had took place, and that was one of the instances that she just testified to from that perspective, right? Like I said, the party at Prince's house, when she was at Prince's house, like, wow, even Prince, look, Prince probably like, y'all like, y'all, Prince probably in heaven, Prince probably like, y'all need my name about that. Don't talk about no party at my house. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to do with that. My name's Bennett and I ain't in it. You know? Wow. So she said she went to the party and she didn't tell him. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. She went to the party. She went to the party at Prince's house, and she didn't tell Diddy, right? So that says that Cassie was doing what she wanted to do. She was being sneaky. She went to the party, Prince's party. She didn't tell Diddy. And once she get to the party, she see Diddy at the party, and then she run from him. Does that sound like somebody who's being trafficked, y'all? Yeah, there's so many hoes, man. Like, hold on, man. That's crazy. Like I said once again, when you delve into the true the true picture of what's really going on, man, it's really not connecting, man. It's not connecting. It's a lot of violence. I get it. It's a lot of abuse. I get it. But I'm like I said, I'm looking for the traffic. Like, she went to the Prince party and she wasn't supposed to be there, or better yet, she said she didn't tell Diddy that she wanted to go, and she didn't want to ask him to go because he might say no, right? But she wanted to see Prince. She wanted to see, you know what I mean, Mr. Little Red Corvette. You know what I mean? Say, what happened next? Ventura met Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about the vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. Put up a photo. What is that? Ventura said, me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash, right? Were you bruised? Cassie, yes. And this photo, what is it? Ventura, me and Sean's bathroom, September 18th, 2015. What were you doing there? Ventura, recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. Oh, wow. It's getting funky, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? She said it was a whole bunch of recuperating, a whole bunch of beating, right? Wow. So September 18th, 2015, basically it's a picture. I guess they're looking and saying, and what were you doing there? Ventura, recuperating from being beaten up by Sean. This is a horrible domestic violence situation, man. Rod Slime say no Prince slander, please. Now Prince a genius, man. Um, It said Ventura basically said we were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and beat me, kicked me, and tried to hide behind and basically tried to. So Puffy was extremely jealous, man. Like I said once again, Um, he called me to the room. He said, beat me, kicked me, and tried to hide behind the toilet. She said, I tried to hide behind the toilet. What stopped it? Ventura, D-Rock, and James Cruz came in. So Diddy was beating on Cassie, man. You know what I mean? Like crazy. Like I said, if anything, if they just look past the evidence, because like I said, I haven't seen anything involving sex trafficking, but he was an extremely violent, jealous, insecure individual, man. From what Cassie is explaining, allegedly, right? Amazing. That's crazy, man. This guy, oh my goodness. You say all of it. What do you say, Brody? All of it drug fuel. You can tell. Well, like I said, even her family knew about it though. Like I said, it wasn't like, and like I said, I don't know how much her family knew or not knew, right? He said dope fiend. Upon arriving at her family's home in Christmas, Cassie Ventura had taken photos showing bruises on her buttocks and her upper right thigh. The result, she said, of her visit to Combs' home to try to resolve his jealousy over a relationship with Scott Muscudi. So now, after she dealt with Kid Cudi, Ventura said she told her mother about the physical violence, but not the freak offs. She couldn't hurt her like that. Ventura said, I also was just terrified. So after the situation with Kid Cudi, right? I mean, you would think, like you said, if it's Sean Combs knowing what she had been through and all of the guys that she had been with, you know what I mean? I mean, it didn't appear to be that Cassie would be some kind of prize, like I'm saying, other than knowing that I don't know if Kid Cudi knew about all of the other stuff that she was doing, right? So she went back to Sean P. Diddy Combs again. After she dealt with Kid Cudi, after Kid Cudi got his car blown up, ladies and gentlemen. So Kid Cudi got his car blown up. They can't prove whether Sean P. Diddy Combs did it or not, right? But Kid Cudi got the car blown up, and she left Kid Cudi. So Kid Cudi went through trauma almost, you know what I mean, got threatened and all of that, and she went right back to Sean P. Diddy Combs again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a toxic relationship. This is not a crime that I've seen other than domestic violence, you know, other than assault, a little bit of harsh drug use, and so on and so forth. Ventura, the DA asked Ventura, it made D-Rock sad. So D-Rock got sad about the fact that she had to go into the bathroom and hide behind the toilet, right? What are these communications? Ventura from D-Rock to me. He says, where you at? It's time to ice your face. Why? Ventura, I had been beaten up by Sean. Wow. So, like I said, once again, this is another situation that she got beat up, right? By P. Diddy and the bodyguard D-Rock. Well, I think D-Rock is Biggie's man. So D-Rock is Biggie's homeboy, right? He says, where you at? It's time to ice your face. And the prosecutor asked why. She said because she had been beaten up by Sean. The U.S. said, well, all these times he beat you, Ventura? No, there were more. Uh, with whom else did you see Sean be violent? Ventura, I saw him drag an assistant out of the bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head, right? So she's talking about all of the times that she saw Diddy be violent with other people in his orbit, right? And so none of these other people have come to talk about or express any kind of situation, right? Yeah. Like I said, Cassie was doing what she wanted to do. Like I said, when she went to the Prince party, man, like I said, even Prince name has come up in this craziness, man. Prince, may brother Prince rest in peace. Prince name then came up in the craziness, dude. Wow. So I caught a glimpse of him and ran out as fast as I could. I knew he was angry at me, she testified. She remembered running and falling in a bush, but couldn't remember what happened next. Later at the hotel, Diddy caught up with her and beat her, Cassie said. It seemed like, I don't know if it, I don't know. It seemed like that was part of their thing. You know what I mean? Wow. That's crazy, man. Yes, the information is pouring in, man. It's pouring in. But like I said, Kid Cudi got his car blown up. After Kid Cudi got his car blown up, she went right back to Diddy. So that tells me that all of the trafficking and against, and like I said once again, now remember, she said that she broke that there was an alleged R word that Cassie said that Diddy had sexually assaulted her, right? What they didn't mention was after she had dealt with Kid Cudi that she went back and tried to patch it up with Diddy, right? That's just coming out, right? Wow. He said, yeah, his car blew up. Sometimes after the car blew up, Combs and Ventura and Kid Cudi had a meeting at the Soho House about their relationship. When Kid Cudi asked about his vehicle, Ventura said, Combs responded, "What vehicle?" The meeting promptly ended after that. So Kid Cudi, Sean P. Diddy Combs, and Cassie had a meeting at the Soho House, right? After they had the meeting, Kid Cudi in the meeting asked about, yo, what about my car? And Diddy looked at him and said, what car? Right? And then ended the meeting promptly after that. Wow. This is crazy, man. This is this is crazy, man. So I guess like they basically want Diddy to be punished for this for his past transgressions, if you will, right? It said Ventura, the Ventura. I believe we had a freak off in Turks and Caicos. Uh, what floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? Ventura, the 17th floor. Did a friend stay with you? Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her out on the patio. Wow. So one of the she had I guess that was the girlfriend, you know what I mean, that she was talking about, right? Cassie Ventura said in 2011 that she was home and Scott Mascoudi, known rapper, blah, 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 blah. If I had broken off the relationship with Scott Mascoudi, Kid Cudi, there was too much uncertainty if we continued to see each other, she said, adding there was danger. And Sean said he was going to hurt both of us. At that point, she said Combs told her that when she was out of the she was out of the country, Scott's car would be blown up. So she's basically saying that Sean P. Diddy Combs told her that when he was out the country, that Kid Cudi car was going to be blown up, and Shores is his words or alleged words that he told Cassie that the car was blown up. Amazing. Wow. So talking about the freak off in Turks and Caicos. Yeah, Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. It says so they was in Turks and Caicos and one of her girlfriends was there. Um, and that P Diddy came and threw the girlfriend out on the patio, and locked the patio door. And she was like, she said she think they had a freak off in Turks and Caicos. Cassie Ventura now testifying that the altercation in 2015, when she said Sean Diddy Combs beat her in Las Vegas, and while hosting a party in an adjoining room, he punched me, kicked me. I was trying to run away and made it to the bathroom, she said, describing how she tried to hide underneath the toilet to get away from him. Members of Combs' security management team finally came into the room, and to end it, Ventura said, describing how she had black eyes and a golf ball sized knot on her forehead. She said the one of Combs' security guards started to cry when he saw her. Ventura said she had to stay at Combs' home for a little less than a week to recover from injuries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is crazy. I mean, come on, you didn't leave. Combs' son was also staying at the house with Ventura at the time. When Combs' son saw her injuries during the FaceTime call, he told her to put more makeup on so his son wouldn't see the injuries. She testified. Wow. Wow. Man, look, I don't, like I said, at the end of the day, man, this is all domestic violence. She stayed. And this isn't, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this allegedly happened in 2015. This is the year before the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. Wow. It's crazy, man. So he said when the security guard saw her with the golf ball size knot on her head, he started to cry. But like I said, none of these security guards, like I said, so you could see everybody was, I wouldn't say with it, but like I said, they worry more about their job. But then again, once again, her girlfriend asked her a year later to, did she wanted to call the police? And Cassie said no. So I mean, come on, what do they expect? What did they expect somebody to do from that perspective, right? I mean, what you know what I mean? If she's not willing to do anything, can't nobody else do anything. If you call the police and she don't want to tell the police, what happened and who did what to her, so what do? You know what I mean? I mean, you want to help somebody, but they gotta first want to help themselves. Wow, this is crazy, man. And say Cassie testifies that she hid the extent of violence from her loved ones. She said that when she went home for Christmas in 2011 with bruises from altercations with the hip hop mogul, she lied to her mother that it was the first time he'd hit her. Period, point blank. Well, I mean, like I said, as a mother, what do, right? I couldn't hurt her like that, Cassie testified, and it was terrifying. It's not normal constantly being bruised up by the person you love or who says they love you. Jurors saw photos showing a large dark bruise on Cassie's lower back and other bruises on her shoulder and thigh that she said she sustained in the altercation. Yeah, like I said, Diddy's career is done. Like I said, he was done with that videotape. But this right here, this is like this showing this abuse is overdose, man. This abuse is overdose. It's like, dude, he was a hell of he was a horrible motherfucker, man. You know? Like I said, I don't see none of the other elements as far as the crimes that they're alleging that were committed. But this is crazy. This is overdose, man. Cassie then comes to testify, said that Sean Combs lunged at her with a corkscrew in her hand, right? In his hand. Prior to the Christmas trip home, Cassie said Combs had lunged at her with a corkscrew and kicked her in the back when he learned that she had started dating the rapper Kid Cudi during a low point in their relationship with Combs. Ladies and gentlemen, she's talking about high points and low points in the relationship. I'm trying to figure out where does this is not about. They no, you know what they did? They basically charged Diddy with RICO and all of that stuff to get all of this stuff out. It wasn't about that. This was about exposing him. This was about expose. Once she filed that civil complaint, this was about exposing him. And I think they probably went to her and was like, "Look, you were part of, paying whatever," and this was about exposing him. This wasn't. This ain't about this. It can't be about that. The photos shown in the jurors were taken at her family home in Connecticut after she flew across country from Los Angeles. Okay, pause. Ladies and gentlemen, pause. Cassie has now flown from Los Angeles back to Connecticut with her family. Her mother is now finding out about the abuse, right? At this particular time, where does family intervention come in and say, you know what? You're not going back there. I don't want you with this guy. He's beating on you. And like I said, at the end of the day, if that was my daughter, he had a problem. He had a problem. You know what I mean? He had a problem. You know what I mean? So like I said, at the end of the day, I don't really understand like all of this other stuff that's going on and why everything was being totally overlooked like it was. But this was happening. Right? Right. Cassie also testified that the guy Oddi, was one of the escorts that she was forced to sleep with, right? Doing one of their freak offs. Wow. Ventura, I saw Sean bring her back from over the balcony and threw her on the patio furniture. The U.S. attorney said, and Kerry Morgan, I saw Sean hit her in the head. Did you get the drugs on your own? Ventura, occasionally drug dealers, opioids, Xanax, and Valium, right? So they're basically trying to find out where she got the drugs from. She's like, did you get drugs on your own? Cassie said, occasionally from drug dealers. She got opioids, Xanax, and Valium. So Cassie's is admitting to basically going out and copping from dope dealers. Cassie Ventura witnessed Sean Combs physically abuse other people, including some of his employees. She recounted a time she saw Combs punch someone in the head. On a separate occasion, on an international trip, Ventura testified she saw Combs drag an assistant, Mia, out of her bed and onto the deck of the room where she resisted and tried to take her phone. Ventura went on to describe seeing Combs hold her friend over the balcony in her Los Angeles apartment. Early one morning, there was an incident where I was asleep in the room. When I came out, Sean was holding her and threw her onto the patio furniture. She said, I saw him bring her back over the railing and the balcony and then throw her onto the patio furniture. Prosecutor Emily Johnson displayed the headshot of Ventura's friend, testified is she still your friend? Are you still friends with this woman? So basically, on other occasions, Diddy assaulted Cassie's friend, and a young lady by the name of Mia, if you will. Wow. So, like I said, it was a crazy situation. It's like, hold on. And so, not only did Cassie get assaulted herself, but she's seen her friends being assaulted and other people and employees that she said of Diddy being assaulted, and she never did anything. Like, what? Like, come on, man. Ain't that much power in the world. Like I said, they had the meeting at the Soho House. They had a meeting at the Soho House. Kid Cudi, Cassie, and Diddy. Kid Cudi asked Diddy, "What about my car?" And Diddy said, "What car?" And got up and left. Right? Amazing. Ventura, you went to put in the pills in the vitamin C bottle in the sink in the New York apartment. He said, "You can take them." He said he had doctors who would write prescriptions in his name of his assistant or in my name. So she's saying that Diddy had doctors who would write fake prescriptions in Cassie's name or in Diddy's assistant Christina Karam's name, right? To get drugs. She said, but she sometimes would also buy drugs, from drug dealers, Xanax, uh, oxycodone, and all of that other stuff. U.S. Attorney, your brother's birthday party in Connecticut was 2013. What happened? Ventura, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. So Cassie had a little violence in her, right? I went and punched her in the head. You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? So 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 at Cassie's brother's birthday party, right? Her mother told her that somebody was taking pictures of her. And Cassie said she went over to and punched the girl in the head. So Cassie had a little violence in her too. Wow. What happened next? Ventura, we met Sean and Scott. Let me see. Wow. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is a true, all of this now is a true made for everybody else that was making their little movies and documentaries. They need to go make them now, right? So my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me and I went and punched her in the head, right? You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2008. They asking her basically how was her health. Wow. This is crazy, man. Wow. Crazy, man. She said I was she said I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD. So Cassie testified that she had post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Defense, objection, judge overruled. What's this? Cassie, a photo of my front door in 2018. Wow. She said she had post-traumatic stress disorder from dealing with Diddy after all of the violence. But she kept going back. I don't understand it. Ventura said there were many years incidents of violence in her 11-year relationship to recall them all, but she remembered that some of the staff were visibly upset by her treatment. When D-Rock saw, he started to cry, referring to one of the Combs' regular security guards as she recalled the beating that left her eyes black and a golf ball size knot on her head. Like I said, if D-Rock was there and he sat back and he watched that and he didn't do anything, I'm like, come on. But once again, everybody trying to secure the bag, right? And we know that once again, if Cassie friend couldn't call the police and the police come and she didn't want to tell who beat her up or what happened, then I guess D-Rock felt, he couldn't do nothing either. I mean, what could he do if she didn't want to do nothing? And I like, of the many instances that he probably had known about of her being assaulted and so on and so forth. So basically, Kid Cudi went and visited her in Connecticut for Christmas of 2011. This was shortly. She sent an email to her mother recounting Sean's threatening both of her and Mascoudi over the relationship. Richard said she broke it off with Mascoudi during that visit. So Kid Cudi had went back to visit her in Connecticut, unbeknownst to Sean P. Diddy Combs, and she said that after he went back to visit her back in Connecticut, that she broke it off with him. Wow, crazy. Cassie also testified that she saw Combs bring one of her friends back over the railing off of a balcony. So basically, Diddy was trying to Suge Knight like Vanilla Ice, hanging somebody over the balcony at her Los Angeles apartment before he threw her on the patio furniture. On another occasion, she said she saw him hit a different friend who she said had been close uh, for 17 years in the head with a hammer. Oh wow. Well, wow. Yeah, I think you know what? I think they're gonna bypass the information, and I think Diddy going to prison, man. That's what it looked like now. It's too much violence, man. This guy has a propensity for violence, and now you think about Keefy D. Now you think about the Tupac situation. Now you think about the $1 million. Now you think about him wanting to do something to Tupac and should. You know what I mean? Like I said, if it ain't all about karma or drama, yeah, yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah. Well, this I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if Gene Deal was around at this time, but this is what Cassie's testifying to. Like, dude, one of her friends that she said that she had been friends with for a while, right? Yeah, that he hit the girl. I mean, hit the person in the head with a hammer, man. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, Ty Murphy, like you just said, the charges are trumped up, man. The charges are. Wouldn't say they trumped up, but they're not fully being accurate as to what it is. So Cassie said she did go to the rehab. Cassie said she testified she often took narcotics uh, uh, from and with Sean Combs, and she said there was a period of time where she took opioids daily. Uh, she would feel ill and didn't when she didn't take them. If she didn't take them, so she was dope sick, right? Ventura said she was heavily dependent on opiate throughout her relationships with Combs. She said she sought professional help for opioids use 5 or 6 times during the span of their relationship. So she said she had went to the rehab. Uh, uh, um, Cassie said she went to the rehab 5 or 6 times. She said she last did drugs in 2022 and she no longer uses narcotics. I went to rehab and sought professional help, she said. So she said she went to the rehab 5 times, man. Amazing. Wow. Wow. What happened in 2018? We were having a closure convention at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. Uh, were you seeing anyone, Ventura? My now husband. So she said that her and Diddy was together at some place in Malibu, and he was trying to convince her to go somewhere. What happened next? Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. You cried when she said you cried. What did Sean do? He continued and finished inside of me, and then got up and left. So now she's testifying about the R word, basically saying that after he found out that she was with somebody now, her husband, who was now husband, he came to her house and R worded her. Did you ever have sex with him again? Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. Can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you? We had been together 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, boom. So now, Cassie said that P. Diddy R-worded her, right? On one occasion, and the DA then asked her, did you ever have sex with him again after she claimed that he R-worded you? Ventura said yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. Can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you? She said I had been with him for 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me, man. Cassie claimed that Diddy said, where did you have sex with him again? Yes, voluntarily. After she claimed that Diddy R-worded her, right? She said that she had sex with Diddy again voluntarily. Right? Like you said, enjoyed 70, beyond toxic. Beyond toxic. That Sean Combs assault lasted 2 or 3 years, 2 of her friends' a balcony. But yeah, that part right there. But no, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's what she said at Kathy Rose. That's what she just said. She testified that Sean P. Diddy Combs R-worded her, and that and the prosecution asked her, did you have any kind of intercourse with him after the alleged R word, right? And she said yes. She said yes, voluntarily, back at his house. And she asked her, why would you do that? She said, because we were together for 10 years. Amazing, man. Blacking out and sleepwalking, right? They talking about blacking out and sleepwalking. Cassie says she was experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder before ending her relationship with Combs in 2018. She says she was blacking out and sleepwalking. In my mind, my body was telling me I just needed to chill out, Cassie testified. Wow. Wow. That's like I said, I mean, to me, if you ask me, she put Kid Cudi in a very peculiar situation, if you will, right? Kid Cudi, he dealing with Cassie, not knowing fully what's really going on, right? And she running over there to him. And when you think about it, it seemed very toxic because it's like she claiming on one end she was being trafficked and all of this, or the government is alleging that. She wasn't saying that. The government is alleging that, right? That he's being, trafficking and all of this. This situation in what it says, and I would think they're getting to the end of the testimony, because this is what the civil case basically called, right? Court was showing the close up of Ventura's eyebrow and black eye. When asked who gave her the black eye, she responded, Sean. Combs prevented his family from seeing Ventura after she had sustained any injuries, she said. He told me to make sure his son didn't see it and that she put on more makeup. Amazing. Like, wow, dude. Wow. Wow. This is crazy, man. They said, say, why did you say stay in touch with him, right? Ventura, most people, though I pulled away, what did you message Sean about after that? Just checking in. What did he send you? That he had iPads full of images, get him his money. Mm. Wow. So I guess he felt like Cassie owed him some money or something like that. And what did he send you? Just checking in. Just checking in, right? Ventura. that he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. What money? This is what I'm trying to figure out. What money are they talking about? I know he ain't talking about like you know, bitch, get my money. Nothing like that. I'm just wondering like what kind of money did she owe Diddy, if you will, or was he asking for money, the money that he spent or whatever, however that works out. You know what I mean? Yeah, but we already know about the Mascoudi and Ventura to testify uh, that much danger. Basically, she's talking about how dangerous it was for Kid Cudi and her Kid Cudi to be too much danger and uncertainty of what could happen if we continue to see each other. Right? She says Combs had said he would blow up Mascoudi's car. Ventura said that Combs wanted Mascoudi's friends to be present when it happened. So Diddy was trying to send a message. Well, I guess when he blew up the car or whatever, or excuse me, allegedly had the car blown up, if you will. Wow, that's crazy. The prosecution is not following a linear timeline and asking Ventura about her relationship with Combs, while the government lawyers seem to be establishing a litany of various moments when Combs demanded specific sexual scenarios or was physically abusive, sometimes linking the two. They are moving quickly back and forth across nearly 11 years in as the pair's relationship. So, like I said, they're not. That's what I was talking about, like a timeline. They're not really establishing any kind of timeline. They're just basically going back and forth. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Diddy. Whew. Which goes back to the time of Kim Porter because again, uh, her and Puff allegedly were using drugs a lot as well. So Cassie just replaced Kim. Yeah, like but they said that Diddy was still seeing Kim if you want to be perfectly honest, right? You know what I mean? So he was still seeing Kim when that situation was going on, and that's just what that was at the time. Yeah. Yeah, but Diddy she lost one of her best friends of 17 years, man. Uh Diddy hit the person in the head with the hammer. Said the prosecution seems to have preemptively and briefly raised an incident when Cassandra Ventura attacked another woman, which Sean Combs' defense had alluded to in pretrial hearings. Ventura says her mother saw the woman possibly taking a picture of her at a bar and where she was hanging out with her brother's birthday. Ventura admits to pulling the woman out of the bar and beating her up. So Cassie had a potential, propensity for violence as well. Wow. So sometimes she did drugs on her own. Ventura testifies, especially opiates like Norco, Percocet, uh, benzodiazepine, and like Xanax and Valium. When she attempted to stop taking opioids at various points in her relationship, she began to experience serious withdrawals, flu sick. She was dope sick, man. She was like a dope fiend. Yeah, it's real in the field, man. Look. The drugs don't care how much money you got or who you know. You know what I mean? Michael Jackson, like I said, you can name all of the people who died from. Elvis Presley died from opioid overdose. So Hit the thumbs up button, y'all. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button. Cassandra, say what? Cassandra, she said she testified that she wedged a knife in a door handle because at the time she was getting a lot of unannounced visits from Sean where she was really angry. Prosecutors Emily Johnson showed a photo from 2018 of a large knife in the door handle. Kill two birds with one stone, lock it, and have a weapon. Ventura said so. She was about to cut Puffy. You know what I mean? According to her, she got tired of the game. She was about to LMA Puffy, right? Like I said, she might have had a better chance. She might have stood a better chance at that. I guess her defense would have been more plausible from that perspective. But my thing is, she said she was getting a lot of unannounced visits from Puffy from a condo, an apartment um that he paid for, right? Cassie Ventura is testifying about how she went to a dinner with Sean Diddy Combs in Malibu in 2018 for what she thought was a closure conversation. She said she was seeing her now husband at the time. Combs was playful and romantic at dinner, she recalled, and then drove her home. After a long pause of sitting on the witness stand, Ventura said, and then he raped me in my living room. I just remember crying and saying no, but it was very fast. She testified. She said she wasn't sure if he even noticed her crying. Ventura said she was intimate with Combs voluntarily one other time after that instance, and she also testified that she and Combs had a few check-ins since their endings in 2018. Just checking in, sending love, nothing crazy, she said. So they still was keeping in contact while she was with her now husband. Just checking in, seeing what's up, seeing if it's all good, right? Wow. Amazing. Amazing. As they're nearing closure at the end of the relationship in 2018, Cassandra said, right? When they talk about the dinner, I remember crying, saying no. I still had a vision of who he was as a person. Later, after the positive outing, we had she had sex with him one more time, Ventura said, but by choice, she's claiming. And when asked why, she pointed out to their decade together. You just don't turn your feelings off that way, she says. I still had a good vision of who he was as a person. Lady, pause right there. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me on this. Cassie basically said later, after the alleged situation where Diddy allegedly R-worded her, right? And they had an outing, and it was a positive outing. She said that she had sex with him one more time, Ventura says, but by choice. When asked why, she pointed to their decade together. You don't just turn feelings off that way. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, what the government has said, you just don't turn feelings off like, so she had feelings for him, right? You mean to tell me after all of the beatings, after all of the freak offs, after all of the situations, she said he turned around and he R-worded her. And then after that, Ventura says she had sex with Diddy again, but by choice. When asked why, she pointed to their decades together. You don't just turn feelings off that way, she says. I still had a good vision of who he was as a person. So my question is, was she forced to testify? Did they threaten her to testify? Did they threaten that they would charge her with some kind of, what is this now? You know what I mean? I'm like I said, not confused, but it's kind of perplexing, if you will. You know? Yeah, that's a whole nother world, man. And that's a whole nother world, man. That's a whole nother world. Wow. Said Cassandra, didn't she? Cassie didn't testify that she has maintained intermittent contact with Sean P. Diddy Combs. Listen, Cassie says she has maintained intermittent contact with Sean Combs after they finally broke up. Typically, they texted only casually to check in on each other. But in March 2019, Combs sent her a message referring cryptically to iPads full of skeletons, which she says meant the sexual videos that he had recorded. See, Diddy was asking for it. Like I said, he's still trying to taunt and trying to play blackmail. You still worried about that? Like I said, Combs Ventura said wanted to be reimbursed for the personal training sessions. Ah, there we go. Hold on. Diddy wanted to be reimbursed for the personal training sessions he had paid for when her now husband, Alex Fine, had trained her. He wanted his money back, Ventura said, but she responded in a text that she could still tell the truth, adding, "It's way deeper than iPads." She meant his abuse of her, the whole nature of their relationship, Ventura says. So at that particular time when Diddy was trying to get his money back from hiring the personal trainer of the guy that Cassie would eventually come to marry and have kids with, Diddy was like, "Yo, I want a refund for that money right there." You know what I mean? I didn't pay for that. But then Cassie basically responded, "Nah, it's deeper than that, to tell you the truth." The truth, adding, "It's way deeper than iPads." She meant his abuse of her, the whole nature of their relationship, Ventura says. Pause. So now, if Cassie said it's way deeper than iPads, she meant his abuse of her, the whole nature of the relationship. So basically, that says that Cassie was with it and she was understanding and aware of everything that happened, right? Because she said it's way deeper than iPads, the whole nature of the relationship. Doesn't that say that she was complicit and she understood and was aware of everything? The fact that she had moved on? Wow. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Wow. Diddy said he wanted a refund for the personal training sessions, right? Wow. That's crazy, man. Cassie wasn't expecting a criminal trial, but the federal government got the civil complaint and went to her indicating they were prosecuting Diddy. Absolutely. I'm wondering what they told her, the fact that, she was with him and they were paying escorts or whatever. Did they tell her, well, you know what, we can include you in indictment too, unless you testify? That's what I'm thinking. He wanted a reimbursement for the personal training sessions. Amazing. Cassie said it's way deeper than iPads. She meant his abuse of her, the whole nature of their relationship, Ventura says. Wow. Cassie was launching back at him. She's like, "Diddy, I'm tired of your blackmailing, bro. Don't blackmail me, right?" Say, a district attorney said, "How did you get chapters to Sean?" "Through my attorney, and I reached out to KK. I asked his assistant. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously." So they're talking about when she sent a copy of the lawsuit that she was about to file, the civil lawsuit, right? She said she asked Christina Karam, Diddy's assistant, did Diddy actually look at the copy of the lawsuit? And Christina Karam told her that it wasn't taken seriously. "How much did you ask for the book?" So she was about to write a book. Ventura, $30 million. The attorney said, "Did you sue Ventura?" In 2023, the lawsuit that she filed that was settled. Amazing. Wow. So she was about to write a tell-all book. It wasn't just the lawsuit, it was a tell-all book. Wow. And they asked, the attorney asked, what happened with the lawsuit, Ventura? It's settled. She got $20 million from Diddy, y'all. It's been confirmed. She got 20 million, not 30 million. It's settled for 20 million in 24 hours, she said. $20 million. What happened with the lawsuit? Ventura said it settled for 20 million in 24 hours. The U.S. attorney said, why are you testifying in this trial? I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable. She said, I tried people. I think that's a typo, right? She said, I tried people like they were disposable, escorts, anybody. Oh, yeah, I guess it was. I tried people like they were disposable, escorts, anybody. Wow. So she got $20 million, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't 30 million. She said now on the stand, she got $20 million from Diddy. Nigga settled for 20 mil. Huh? Cassie got that money. She better set up a trust. She better set up a trust. Don't go broke, Cassie. And if she get a divorce, her now husband get half of that money. Hello. 20 mil. They talking about the money back for what? Writing back. Okay, yeah, a bunch deeper than iPads and abuse. Right. The freak offs. Whoa. Whoa. Cassie got $20 million from it. So he said Diddy wanted the money back from what? For having paid my now husband to be my trainer. What did you write back? Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse, more than just freak offs. So when he basically said he wanted to get reimbursed for the payment for the her now husband, the trainer, basically said that it was much deeper than iPads. It was abuse, and it was more than just freak offs. Right? Listen now. When she said it was more than just freak offs, I'm just trying to get you to understand now. When she says more than just freak offs, she wasn't being trafficked in any kind of way like that. She's saying it was more than freak offs. You know what I mean? So she basically saying that she wasn't scared no more about his threats about exposing and releasing those tapes. So that effect had worn off at that particular time. Amazing. Wow. Yeah, man. Like I said, like I said, when a person, it's like anything that can be sensationalized, like the R word thing, and but then she went back with him, and she said that she cared for him and she loved him and all of those things. Like I said, once again, even after all of the abuse, all of the different things that happened, yeah, it's crazy, man. Wow. The direct examination of Cassie is over. The direct is over. I don't think that they're gonna get into the cross examination today, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't think they're gonna do. I don't think it's enough time. For us on the West Coast is West Coast time, and then you got East Coast time, which is 4 hours. So on the East Coast right now it's 4:21. So I don't think they really gonna get into the courts in a brief recess. You know what I mean? And I don't think that the defense is gonna try to get into that as of right now. Yeah, on 421, my man R Hill. Appreciate that. Like I said once again, Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you tuning in today. We will be back tomorrow, right? We will be back tomorrow, and we may try a different way of broadcasting live tomorrow. Bringing you basically the feed from the news as we go along with it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in. Your boy DELRAY, straight gang.